Alright, back at it again. Some more Celeste. This time at a reasonable hour and also not after a night of bar crawling, so I do not have a massive headache this time. We're gonna try to actually finish the game this time. Which was the goal of the first stream, but I gave up halfway through because it was like 2 in the morning and I had a headache. But let's not dwell on that. Chapter 5. Which is far and away my favorite part of the game. Like, if the rest of the game is like a 12 to 13 out of 10, Chapter 5 is like a 19 out of 10. Backwards wave dash. Probably like one of the coolest strawberries in the game, just going straight backwards like this. Definitely one of the more well-hidden ones, I think. And it feels good to find that one for the first time. Oops. But like, okay, so a big reason, or not like a big reason, but like one of the many reasons I like this chapter so much is because of the mechanics in it. And like these, I don't even know what to call them. There's so many mechanics in this game that I don't know the official names of. But like these platforms that move when you dash are just super cool. It's like a weird twist on the traffic blocks from the first chapter. And you get the red bubbles, which are like, and like the red bubbles feel especially cool because you're coming straight, like these are coming fresh off of chapter 4 of the green bubbles, so it's like a natural extension of those. Uh-oh. Oh, I could have salvaged that. I messed up. Gotta get back in the zone. Making all kinds of rookie mistakes. That's not what you're supposed to do. I think you just jump normally. Yeah. Don't overcomplicate things. Can you just go straight down here? Nope. This whole lower half of this section of the chapter is like entirely optional. So usually when I replay this chapter just for fun, I don't come down here. Because as I think I said in the first stream, normally whenever I replay this game now, I really only care about trying to go as fast as possible. Yeah, let's do like that. Don't even ask me how I messed that up. What are you supposed to do here? Like go like this, up and around? Yeah. Oh. I gotta get back in the groove. I'm making a lot of... Not... This level of play is not where I want to be right now. Does not bode well for how the later chapters are gonna go, because this is really when the game, I feel like, starts to get, like genuinely pretty difficult. Like, chapter 6 and 7, even to someone like me who has, like, probably hundreds of hours in this game by now, like, they're still a little bit tricky. Like, I probably can't autopilot them like I could the earlier chapters. So, gonna have to bring out the A game for those. I'm not gonna have enough stamina for this. Can I? Yeah, there we go. I feel like I'm making a lot of these rooms harder than they need to be. Did I see what's in here? No. Pretty sure that's everything down there. Just to be sure. Yep. I wanted to be a cool guy there and do a backwards wave dash across. I'll just do it. Never mind. It's easy. You just like that. Oh, what is wrong with me right now? I'm getting a little too big for my britches, as they say, and I'm someplace. I don't know, Cairo, Egypt, sure, why not? Stuff like this is why I like the red bubble so much. Like, they really encourage you to, like, see transitions between rooms in, like, new ways. Because up until now, usually each screen is, like, very self-contained. Like, well, once you go beyond a screen transition, it's like everything in that last screen no longer matters, right? But now all of a sudden you have to think about, like, how these rooms link together and how, like, where you could use red bubbles to, like, get across gaps you otherwise couldn't. Like, it's cool. And even like the more self-contained single room puzzles, like that one up there, that used red bubbles, like there's still just a really fun mechanic to like play around with. Especially once we get into like the B side, because that's when they kind of like take the training wheels off and just throw you into the deep end with them. I forgot the strawberry. Did I really? Well, too late to go back now. I'll have to get it afterwards. There's something up here, right? This section of the chapter in particular, like, my memory is very fuzzy of, in terms of, like, where all the secrets are, I mean. Because, it's so dark, right? Like, that's the gimmick, like, they turn off all the lights. And appropriately, they also kind of, like, dim the music down a little bit. So it's a lot more, like, mellow and introspective. Which, like, it suits the mood of the area, right? But, it makes it really hard to remember, like, where secrets are, because if there's, like, weird connections in the other rooms, like, I don't remember where they are entirely. That's not right. Yeah, I might as well just kill myself. Like that. This game sucks sometimes. Nah. I just messed up. You want to go up, like so. And once you get it, it's a lot easier to go back. This strawberry, oh, that's what you just saw there, I remember, because it's deceptively easy. You know, like, well, I say it as I mess it up, but they're like, oh man, like, they tease you with, like, these two gates on either side, which makes you think, oh, I gotta find a button somewhere, right? Nah, there's just a hole in the ceiling. I feel like Chapter 5, it does something similar to Chapter 3, where, like, the level doesn't feel like just a gamey video game. Duh. It doesn't feel like just a straight line or like a series of rooms that like come one after the other. Like, it feels like a real place. The rooms all link up to one another like very naturally. And so that lets them do cool puzzles like that where you have to notice if there's a strawberry in between those two rooms, right? Then there must be like a way in. Like there must be like another path through the ceiling that gets you in there. Like it encourages you to think about the space as if it were, well, like it encourages you to think about the space as if it could really exist. Very like Zelda dungeony-esque. Remember this room because you could cheese it like really easily by doing this. Is there something up here? No. So like that. so many strawberries in this chapter. I feel like that's another big reason why I like it so much. How do I do this one again? I think you start on this side. Yeah, easy. Like, there's so many strawberries that, like, whether or not you're doing just, like, a casual, like, playthrough for completion, or if you're trying to, like, speedrun it, it feels like two completely different games. Like, there's a whole, like, second chunk to this chapter that you only see if you're going for everything. It's not like the earlier chapters where it's just, like, the extra collectibles just feel like add-ons. And I'm doing this wrong. You're supposed to try to thread the needle. Like so. Not like so. Can I salvage this? No. Jesus. There we go. Nah, the rest of it's pretty easy if I remember correctly. I'm gonna do something stupid. Alright, it didn't really save me any time, but it looked kinda cool. Little sneak preview of the best song in the game. I don't actually know if it is, but I do have history of that song, which I will for sure talk about when we get around to doing the B-side. I think that's everything on, like, this little section. Whoops, too early. Or too late, rather. That extra spike on the left side there makes, like, this landing a lot harder than it seems. And then up top is where we're actually supposed to go. Whoops. You gotta go down. Then move back around, and like that. Like, there's so much cool interaction with the red bubbles. Like, the red bubbles might honestly be my favorite mechanic in the entire game. Maybe. Like, if they're not, like, my personal favorite, they're definitely up there. Anyways, don't take the bait. You don't want to unlock that door. You want to skip it by going around like this. I really like that shortcut. Well, not really shortcut. Like, the idea of skipping that door, like, it's the puzzle that's not inevitably, but the puzzle that's gonna ultimately lead us to getting the blue heart for this chapter. But what's cool about it is that if you don't care about getting the heart, then you could still do that skip without the key, and it just means that, like, well, you can't get the blue heart, obviously, because you don't have the key, but it does mean that, like, unlocking that first door is technically optional no matter what. I remember the day I figured that out when I was grinding this chapter to do deathless runs for it. I'm like, it's a small thing, but it definitely made me feel pretty smart because it saved a lot of time in my attempts. Even though it feels like a no-brainer. Like, well, yeah, duh. Like, if you could skip that door to get the blue heart, then what's stopping you from just skipping it regardless and not bothering with the blue heart? Then you could just skip getting the key altogether. Wait a minute. Isn't there something over here? Nope, I'm a liar. So a little bit of a story. My first playthrough, I think I sat here just on like this screen, like what we're seeing, for like a solid like 5 minutes before I realized like it wasn't a cutscene, and then like you can actually move. Like I think part of me thought like the game like actually like locked up or froze, like I triggered something, but nope. I don't really get what like the symbolism behind that scene is. I'm sure there's some chuckle fucks who have like looked into it and come across sorts of crazy fan theories, but like I kind of like not knowing. It feels scarier that way. Speaking of scary, like just this whole area, it's great. Ooh, melodrama. Oh, I fucked that up. Hold on, I'm gonna get this right, or I can kill myself. That's cool too. I want to get the super wave dash. There we go. You can do a lot of fun momentum conservation shenanigans with these platforms. Whoops, got the button. So more good like adaptive moments in the soundtrack. I love how like there's like an additional percussive track that comes in whenever you're near these eyeball monster thingies. Really adds to the intensity. Whoop. I don't remember. Like, don't some of these have strawberries in them? Oh, come on. What if I just do that? Nope. Oh. Just gonna take our time here. I could play around with these things all day if I wanted to. Hit it. I'm pretty sure there aren't strawberries in those ones up top, because those are really annoying to hit, and I feel like I would remember. Anyway, here's the easiest screen in the game. I nearly died. I really gotta shut my my mouth sometimes. Every time I say something's easy, I'm just setting myself up for failure. Yep, nothing to see over here. Things. J Money? Aw, man, he tuned in for a little bit and immediately left. Presumably, I don't actually know. this area right in here, like from here on out to like the end of this chapter, my favorite like stretch of the entire game. Just everything is firing on full cylinders, right? But I'll touch on that. I'll get one of that in a little bit. First of all, another fantastic cutscene. So nonchalant. Who's Alex? I think that right there is my favorite bit of dialogue in the entire game. I mean, obviously we don't learn who Alex is until the chapter after this. But like again, I think I touched on this in the previous stream at the end of chapter 4, but like, I buy the connection between these two characters, in spite of like how little time they've actually known each other within the context of the narrative. Like, just the way they interact and talk to each other, it's great. I can't get enough of it. Like, it feels so, like, real and honest, and I'm going the wrong way. I gotta lure this guy up. This way. Hit it. Oh, shoot. But, oh yeah, right. Reasons why this is my... God damn it. Reasons why this is my favorite part of the game. Just, like, I love the shift from, like, the more, like, immediately scary music into this more, like... Whoops. To, like, this more sinister tone. I mean, like, it's pretty common knowledge that, like, this particular song in the soundtrack is just the music we were hearing in the first section of this chapter, just played backwards because, ooh, mirror, right? How thematically appropriate. But I'm, losing my train of thought. But, like, it just sounds so good. I'm not musically savvy enough to get, like, super technical as to, like, why, but, like, just something about it, like, the atmosphere it conveys is absolutely, like, haunting. And it really, like, suits the mood of, like, the game and the area, right? And also just, like, all the mechanics really come together here. Like, again, the red bubbles and the dash shifty block things are still present, but also, like, these eyeball monsters are just so much fun to play around with. They're, like, a randomized element done well. Like, they don't always act exactly the same, because, like, even just, like, slight deviations in, like, how you move through a room will change the way they come at you. But, like, they're predictable enough that it doesn't feel mean. And there's so many cool ways to interact with them, whether it be, like, jumping over them, ducking, just kind of, like, bobbing, weaving through them, bouncing on their heads, and then, like, probably, like, the coolest interaction, using the explosion when they come back as a momentum boost. Like, they really thought of everything. And again, like, just, like, this whole section, it's, like, one big hub that kind of, like, bends back on itself. And there really isn't, like, any goal other than, like, try to get to Theo, but you don't really know how to get there, because, again, there's no, like, straightforward path to get to him. Like, everything feels very labyrinthian. And I like that kind of level structure. I don't know, like, at this point I'm rambling. Like, none of these thoughts are, like, super cohesive, I feel. But, like, just... like, all of the little things that come together to contribute to, like, why this part of the game is so fantastic. Like, I could never... like, I could talk about him forever, I feel like. Also, apparently there's, like, a... not apparently, I've seen people do it. Like, the keys I'm getting here, you don't even really need them. There's a cool skip you could do here where, like, you, like, dash and, like, reverse hyper backwards. And that'll get you, like, enough momentum to clear this entire gap. Completely, like, negating the need to get these 2 keys. But I never learned how to do it. So, yeah. We're just gonna stick to the casual strats. Oh wait, strawberry there I missed. How did that happen? I remember how to get that. You go down here. That right there really feels like the final test of like the red bubbles in the main game. Like noticing that, and again, they have those lights on the wall to like kind of like make it a bit more obvious as to what you have to do. Like it kind of clues you into what you're supposed to do there, right? But just like noticing that connection for the first time, noticing that, like the doors you're unlocking, like they seem unnecessary in the moment because you could just go around them, right, by going up top. But then, really. But then noticing, like, oh yeah, like you want to unlock these so you can get that red bubble from the room all the way on the right, all the way to like the left end of the area, and that just feels like really, like, it makes you feel smart when you notice that connection, and then seeing that single red bubble go all that distance, it's very satisfying to see it all come together. Here's a strawberry, I never forget. Not strawberry, shoot, that's actually, no wonder I'd never forget that, but it's required to beat the game. Whoops. I thought there was a strawberry in that section. Oh well. Anyways, home stretch. This chapter does not let up, by the way. This, like, last section is still, like, fantastic. I know in the previous stream I mentioned how Madeline's ability to dash, Madeline's ability to dash, like it's never addressed in game really, aside from like, outside of like 2 instances, right? With the first one being when the bird strip tells you, hey, you can dash. Here was like that other instance where like it's kind of addressed in game, but even then like Theo doesn't even react to it, right? Which I like. Like it makes a very like gamey mechanic not seem gamey. I feel like I've seen these cutscenes hundreds of times by now, and I still crack up at these characters' interactions. These ones especially, like Theo talking to you in real time. Cool skip. Aw, man, we didn't get to... Hold on, no. I want Theo to talk some more. You know, Theo brought it up, so I might as well also bring it up. The idea is that, like, these freaky eyeball monsters are Madeline's contribution to, like, how the temple is shaping itself around these 2 characters. And again, like, similar to, like, that last scene that I didn't really know what, like, the symbolism for was supposed to be. Like, I don't really get what these things are supposed to represent outside of just being, like, a physical manifestation of anxiety or whatever. Which, I mean, I guess in that case, I mean, yeah, like, that probably is what it would look like. But, I mean, like, I don't know, like... I wonder what, like, the design process behind these things were. Or was. I could speak. I know my English. God damn it. Like, I got too distracted laughing at, Theo's statement there. I'm helping. Come over here. Oh wait, don't fall in the... Okay. I thought the monster was gonna shoot him into the pit over there. Oops. This seems kind of cute. Shoot. I just like seeing Theo go flying. Like, yeah, you go down there, I'll catch up to you in a bit, man. That was lucky. Oh, here's one of very few rooms where you can actually kill these eyeball monsters. And I want to do it. Yeah, come on. Come up here, dude. Come on. Up top. Come on. It's not supposed to be that difficult. Ugh, I don't think he's gonna let me. Normally he jams himself up into the corner, and then you could just crush him. That is not what I wanted to do. Maybe this time. Come on. Oh. At this point I'm committed. Like, I can't stop trying till I get it. Because that would be embarrassing. Come on, dude. Yeah, the problem is that he's not gonna stay. Alright, that's about as bad as it gets. He keeps hitting the wall there. You don't screw it, I don't care enough. I'm sure we'll get more chances. And if I really care that much, I'll be... I really gotta stop sandbagging. This chapter has not been going well. There we go. Alright, I killed myself in that last life on purpose. Just so I could show off murdering the thingy. Uh-oh. Well, that was a little scuffed, but I think we got it. Oh! Use Theo as a shield. There we go. And one last stretch. Whoops. Don't lose him. And that's chapter 5. The way I was playing that chapter, all my deaths, it doesn't make it look like it, but that really is my favorite part of the game. Like, I can't think of a single bad thing with it, and yeah, I definitely missed a few strawberries. Whoops. But like, oh my god, it is just, like, fantastic. Everything about it. Like, the setting, the music, the story. Like, it was so good that, like, I genuinely thought it was the end of the game. I mean, it definitely feels like it. Like, it's very, like, that, these last, like, 3 checkpoints are very, like, climactic, right? It's, like, these last 2 especially. Like, if you had told me, like, oh yeah, like, this is the end of the game, right? Like, especially because, like, when you look at where the temple is relative to the summit, like, it's pretty close. Like, I was expecting to be, like, a bit more of a follow-up afterwards, but, like, if you had told me, oh yeah, like, this is just the end of the game, I would have believed you. Anyways, what strawberries did I miss? Surprisingly, 2 at the start. And then 1 there, which I'm willing to believe that. I guess we'll start here. I think it's skip the cutscenes this time. Did I ever go this way? I don't think I did. Alright, there's mistake number 1. And there's another mistake. I just killed myself. Yeah, this does not bode well for how chapters 6 and 7 are gonna go. That's for sure. now, the last strawberry in the area. Which actually, if Leonzi in chat was to be believed, that should just be the one that I found but forgot to pick up because I'm a dumbass. Yep, that was dangerously close. Yeah, I really just forgot to pick it up. Jesus Christ, what am I, stupid? Don't answer that. Ah, rubbish. Okay, and now return the map. And now we just gotta do the second to last checkpoint. And unfortunately, because this section of the chapter is so non-linear, it's hard to really tell which strawberry is like canonical. Like it says there, like I'm missing the third one in the section, but because the chapter is so non-linear, it's kind of hard to tell. Like, oh man, like which one even is that, right? Although actually, now that I think about it, I think I remember which strawberry it is, because there's a particular like level, like or like there's a particular like screen I remember, but didn't actually play. And in fact, I'm pretty sure I know which one it is. It is right down here. Yep. I always forget about that one, because that hole just looks like you die if you go down it. Like, I feel like it doesn't communicate that there's something down here terribly well. And we're done. I still got my chops. I remember where things are. Chapter 6, Reflection. So, on my first playthrough, just for context, I think I said in the last stream, the first time I ever played this game, I played through chapters 1 through 5, back to back to back to back to back, all in a single sitting, because I was having so much fun with this game that I couldn't bring myself to stop playing. After chapter 5 is finally when I was like, okay, like, I need to, like, take a break. Like, I don't want to blast through this entire game in one sitting, especially because it seems like there's going to be a bit more to it. So I finally took a break, and this is the chapter I came back to on my second sitting. I don't know how much I'm going to say here, because I'm, you know, I usually don't like to talk over the dialogue too much. And, like, the first chunk of this chapter is nothing but dialogue. Demon doppelganger. That's a very like real kind of like conversation. Like, oh man, like what's your buddy like? Oh man, like you'd love him. Actually, you'd probably like hate each other at first, but like give it some time. I swear. There's the reveal. Whenever I play this section of this chapter, again, most of the time, and whenever I play this game just for fun these days, I usually just do this. But whenever I do sit through this entire cutscene, I feel like I always end up going through these dialogue options in the same order, just based on whichever ones I feel like progress the conversation most naturally. It's classic Alex. It's classic. I feel like I need to reiterate, in case anyone's watching this before the first stream, that I'm a very fast reader, so it looks like me just mashing through dialogue. I swear I'm reading it, and I encourage you to try to keep up if I'm going too fast. Man, Theo's so cool. I wish I could be like him. Literally fighting myself. Ironically, that's actually like the moral of this story. Like, you can't destroy the bad parts of you, but you gotta learn how to live with them. Nuggets of wisdom. Ugh, I really hope that's not me in the next month and a half. Chioro Dude, I hope I said that right. Hello to you as well. Thanks for coming around. Or coming out, I should say. Thanks for showing up. I don't know why I'm having a hard time speaking English today. Jesus. But yeah, no, finishing that thought, I really hope I don't pull a Theo and end up hating my new job. Adult life does not sound super fun. But you gotta learn how to make the best of it. I feel like this bit of dialogue is kind of what, like, the symbolism of, like, the eyes on Theo were supposed to be. Like, he feels stuck in the same spot, like, trapped inside a crystal, and all those eyes represent the people just patiently waiting for him to make a move, but he feels like he can't. That's kind of how I interpret that symbolism. Again, I don't know if that's, like, the common consensus within this, I don't know if that's the common consensus within this community, but, like, that's how I interpret it. And I kind of like not knowing what, like, the actual, like, correct interpretation is. Never played Celeste, but has one of your favorite game soundtracks of all time? I mean, yeah, like, Lena Raine and all the other people who, like, did the remixes, they did a fantastic job. It really is one of the game's best attributes. Lena Raine's music when I'm writing, usually. Hey, me too. I dabble in screenwriting occasionally, and usually listen to, like, game and other movie soundtracks. Like, it's a great way to, like, get your mind in the right mood. I feel like saving "Thank You for Believing Me" for last. That just feels thematically appropriate. I like this bit. Just them bonding over the crazy old lady. Honestly, I like how they bring that up, because even as a player, like, Theo giving you encouragement the whole way along, like that last section of last chapter, like, it genuinely is motivating. Like, both for the character and the player, right? Boop. Oh. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of stuff do you write? Don't jinx it. I do like how, at the beginning of the game, Theo says he has no interest in even getting close to the summit. But, like, honestly, like, where, like, within the context of the narrative, like, where like the player is right now, you're pretty close to the summit. So like I like the idea that like Theo ended up accomplishing way more than he set out to do just by like accident, right? Like never doubt yourself. You might end up surprising yourself what you can actually do. But anyways, I remember my first playthrough, like I genuinely thought this was the end of the game right here. Like it just made a lot of sense based on like the conversation we just had. The fact that it came right after like a very like climactic chapter in the narrative, and also like just like you're going straight up here, and in the background there's really like nothing behind you. Like there's nowhere to go from here. Like there's nothing above you still. Like if you told me this was the summit, this was the top of the mountain, like I would have believed you, and that was the end of the game. And then you get this scene where Madeline finally confronts the part of herself in like very like climactic fashion. Like yeah, like this, it feels like a climax, you know? It feels like the end of the game. Freaky. Nope. I like the implication that if Madeline so much as stubs her toes on like, or stubs a toe on any of like those like purple spikes, she dies instantly. But like falling 3,000 meters straight down, crashing through them at Mach 12, and she's totally fine. Just silly video game logic. But anyways, I'm just gonna get to my main point. Chapter 6. I really like the opening like dialogue tree bit that we just sat through. The rest of this chapter, it's not my favorite. In fact, dare I say it's the worst chapter in the game. I don't know how unpopular of an opinion that is. Again, it's weird. For as much as I love this game, like I always say it's my favorite game of all time, I actually like don't interact with like the larger community that much. So like I don't really know if like saying this is the worst chapter in the game is an unpopular opinion. But like I remember on my first playthrough, like I said, this is the first chapter I came back to after my first sitting. I remember being like really like is it just me, or did the game like take a bit of a hit in quality, or like was that first sitting just like, was I so enamored at first sight that I didn't notice that like you know what I mean? What, like Hollow Knight's your favorite game, but you don't interact with the community that much? I guess one thing I could say about like why I thought this chapter isn't as strong as others is the lack of secrets. Like chapter 6 has no strawberries, which is very noteworthy. Like the only two collectibles are the tape for the B-side and then the blue heart. And like the lack of strawberries, it makes this chapter feel like weirdly empty in a way. Like going back to what I said about chapter 5, right? This goes for any chapter, but like chapter 5 especially. It's like depending on whether or not you're just like playing the game casually, trying to go as fast as possible, or trying to find all the secrets. Like that one chapter feels like 3 different chapters, right? Depending on like how you're actually trying to play it. But this one, it feels like there's only one experience, which is just go through each room one by one until you get to the end. You avoid fandoms. I don't blame you. Some of them are pretty toxic. I feel like the Celeste one's pretty positive. Hold on. I gotta focus here. So this heart is not one of my favorites. Nah, I did that wrong. It's like... Oh, shit, I remember it. I remembered it when I did it the first time. I'm gonna get this. It's up, left, down, right. Is it not that? Okay, hold the phone. I can use context clues. Yeah, it should be this, presumably, right? Yeah, okay, I don't know what I was doing wrong the first time. And you want to do it in reverse, so... like that. And then flip it around the other way, so... and then do both. So, down, right, up, down. Nice, look at that memory. Alright, that's all the secrets in this chapter, so from here it's just a straight shot to the end. But yeah, I feel like the lack of secrets are a big thing that kind of hurt this chapter. Especially its replay value. I'm also just like not a big fan of the mechanics. Like you have these, again, I don't know the official names of any of these mechanics, but you have like these tiki block thingies where like you hit them from the side and then they'll like charge at you from whichever side you hit them from. I mean, they're probably like the best new mechanic in this chapter. Like, they're not bad per se, but I feel like they're kind of, like, awkward at times. But then you also got, like, the golden feather, which I'm really not a big fan of because of just how, like, inherently imprecise it is. Like, it's very, like, slippery and hard to control at times. And then the last new mechanic in this chapter, which we haven't seen yet, is these things, these pinball bumpers, which are, like, the most finicky, imprecise mechanic in the entire game. Like, they are, if you want to be a dick about it, they are 100% consistent. If you hit them from the same angle, they'll launch you in the same direction with the same amount of force. But, like, just like being, like, slightly off will change the angle or force they repel you with. That wasn't a good... Why can't I speak right now? I swear, I laid off the alcohol this time. Like, they're just, like, weird and finicky, and I don't really get it. I don't really understand them, because, like, if you're even, like, slightly off, like, they'll do something, like, completely different. Which wouldn't be too big an issue. Like, those eyeball monsters were also like that, where, like, even, like, a slight change in, like, your movement would change the way they move around you. But the difference is that with the eyeball monsters, like, the game never demands, like, anything super precise out of the way you go about avoiding them. But if the pinball bumpers, especially in the B-side, they do want you to be, like, really precise with them. Which just leads to frustration. Because they're so, like, hypersensitive, like, they don't lend themselves very well to being precise. I guess one thing that's worth mentioning is that this is one of, like, pretty much the only chapter in the game where there are, like, multiple routes through it. Like, I feel like it was a way they tried to, like, compensate for the lack of secrets, where, like, there's, like, multiple paths you could take through, like, this middle section of the chapter. Although, in my opinion, like, both paths kind of just blend together. Like, it's not like one path is, like, inherently, like... It's not like... Like, both paths kind of, like, just do like they all have like the same mechanics. It's just like the layouts is slightly different. So like it's not like one really stands out above the other, or if like the two paths offer two different experiences. Of course, you're down here. I don't know why. I always have to like walk away and go back. It just feels more realistic that way, knowing what the old lady says here. I don't know how to find her. She's part of you, right? You look for her, she'll show up, basically. No more running. Foreshadowing. I forget what's up here. But I really like that, that bit in the, like, story. Like, oh man, like, I don't know where she is, right? And it's just like, well, like, she's part of you, right? If you go looking for her, she's gonna show up. How do I do this again? Can I even do this? I know there's nothing like super important up here, it's just like an Easter egg, so like I'll give this a few tries before calling it. What if I do it like this? Nope. There we go. And I'm gonna like... Ah, shoot. There we go. One of the only games with an actual Summit storyline I could continually replay without getting tired of is Rain World. I've never actually played Rain World. So I can't have too much of an opinion on it, but I mean, I get that sentiment, right? Like, a lot of people are like, oh man, like, I've played this game once, like, I know the plot, like, it's not really enjoyable to, like, especially if it's, like, a heavily, like, narratively driven game. It's like, well, like, if you know what happens, right, then, like, there's not a lot to really, like, encourage you to come back, unless, like, you really like seeing the story play out. I feel like what saves Celeste for me is that, like, as much as I like the plot, the gameplay really is the reason why I come back to this game so many times. And usually in most of my playthroughs, I just skip the cutscenes, so, like, a playthrough like this, where I'm, like, deliberately choosing to sit through all of them again, it's refreshing, because I haven't actually seen a lot of this dialogue in a very long time. Even though at this point, I'm pretty sure, like, I could recite this game's script front to back by memory. Like, I view these cutscenes infrequently, but I've seen them enough that, like, my knowledge for them is pretty ridiculous, I'd say. Whew. And here we are. I don't think I mentioned it yet, but Purdue's got a really cool voice. Whatever, like, synthesizer they, like, put on it to make it, like, sound more, like, ethereal and otherworldly, it just sounds cool. I like how confidently Madeline says that, even though, like, it was 5 minutes ago when the old lady told her that. Like a teenager taking ownership of, like, some hipster's, like, moral lesson. You know, like, oh yeah, like, I know better. Center of the Earth. More foreshadowing. Oh, I love that one. They only use it once, but that makes it feel extra special. Boop. Alright, here's, like, the big reason I don't like this chapter that much. This whole sequence. I think I mentioned before that, like, so, like, Celeste has a few of, like, those, like, Meat Boy-esque, like, boss fights at the end of chapters, whether it be, like, the chase with part of you at the end of chapter 2, or, like, the chase of Mr. Oshiro at the end of chapter 3, or hell, even, like, the escape sequence of Theo at the end of chapter 5 kind of gives me those vibes. This is, like, a much more, like, literal take on, like, a boss fight within, like, Celeste's engine, and, like, I feel like it's not the most enjoyable thing in the world, especially because, like, a big part of it is how, like, every time you hit her, like, parts of, like, the level, like, collapses, or collapse. Why can't I speak today? But, I mean, that kind of means there's a lot of trial and error involved. And also, just, like, the way, like, I don't know, like, something about it, like, these, like, screens never feel, like, good to clear. Maybe I just, like, never learned, like, the optimal movement to, like, get through them. But, like, there's something, like, really, like, inherently, like, stilted and awkward about them, in my opinion. Maybe it's the fact that, like, every time you hit her, like, the game kind of, like, you bounce back with, like, a scripted amount of momentum in, like, a scripted direction. So, like, it has, like, these screens have, like, a really, like, obviously, like, awkward stop-and-go kind of rhythm to them. Oops. Don't read chat in the middle of a boss fight. I feel like another thing that really hurts this section is that it goes on for what feels like a little bit too long. Like, all of the other, like, end-of-chapter, like, boss fighty analogs that I just mentioned, like, they go on for, like, what feels like just the right amount of time, you know? Like, if you don't die, like, you can get through each of them in, like, less than a minute. But, like, this one, even if you're playing it perfectly, like, it goes on for, like, at least, like, 2.5 minutes. I'm sure there will be some chuckle fucks who hear that and be like, actually, speedrunners can get through this section in, like, 30 seconds. And I'm like, yeah, but, like, to most, like, normal people just playing this game. Like, I like to think I'm pretty decent at this game. Not amazing by any means, but, like, I got some chops. But, like, this section, like, never, like, feels like a one-and-done kind of thing. Like, it feels like it goes on for too long. Like, by the time we get to this screen, we're only, like, at the halfway point, and it's already been going on for a little bit. Oh, shit. These screens are also, like, really... Like I mentioned, like, these rooms are, like... They don't feel, like, good to play, in my opinion. Like, they're, like, kind of, like, stilted and awkward, and that means learning them for when you're trying to do Goldberry runs, you know, getting through the entire chapter deathless. It's frustrating, to say the least. These last rooms especially, because there's so many moving parts to them that, like, it leaves a lot of room for, like, weird, inconsistent, like, happenings. Like, you gotta, like, juggle, like, these moving platforms, the projectile she's throwing at you, and, like, this is, like, really deep, and it's, like, a pretty lengthy chapter that has some hard bits before this. So, like, losing a deathless run to, like, these screens just feels terrible. And that's also, like, you have to, like, manage all of that on top of also, like, committing, like, all the scripted, like, bits to memory. Because, like, every time you hit her, like, you gotta remember, like, which way it's gonna send you and, like, where you're gonna end up landing. Like, right there, if you don't hold right instinctually, you're probably gonna die. Same there. You gotta just know to hold left there. In some ways, a lot of it is natural. Like, you'll find yourself naturally holding the analog stick in the right direction, just based on, like, the level terrain around you. But, like, it's like sometimes you make mistakes, right? And when you do, it feels terrible. And it's just like, oh man, like I just forgot, you know? And anyways, apparently I was complaining about this section for so long that I got through it faster than anticipated, so go me. Woo, level up. Cool pink hair. Oops. That's a fun one. The end screen. Anyways, I realized I did a lot of entitled whining in that chapter. I do stand by. I think Reflection is the weakest part of this game. However, I want to stress that, like, even, like, the worst part of, in my opinion, the best game ever made, it's still, like, a 9 out of 10 experience, right? Like, this is still, like, a very enjoyable, like, bit of 2D platforming, in my opinion. It's just that, like, compared against, like, the rest of the chapters, right? Like, the competition is stacked in Chapter 9, like, Chapter 6, like in every game there has to be a weakest part, and Chapter 6 is this game's weakest part, in my opinion. I'm sure some people, like, a few people I've spoken to who, like, I'm not lucky, not English. I'm lucky enough to, like, not have a lot, like, suffer from, like, any, like, real, like, mental illnesses, like, depression or anxiety or any of those things, right? Or at the very least, I don't like saying I do, because it does a disservice to the people who actually do, but I digress. The people I've spoken to about this game who, like, can relate to Madeline's character, like, they tend to really like this chapter for, like, the plot reasons, right? And to them, I'd say, yeah, like, go you, right? Like, that's a totally legit reason to, like, really enjoy this chapter, if you could, like, see a lot of yourself in it. But, like, I can't. Well, it's not that I can't, but, like, I don't know, like, it doesn't hit as close to home for me, I guess I should say. Like, I still respect the story immensely for, like, the story, like, the the message it conveys, right? And it's wonderful that so many people can find so much meaning in it. But it's not like super personal to me in particular. So I mean, like I feel like it's a bit more difficult for me to appreciate it compared to some people, especially because again I said during the chapter itself that gameplay is really like the gameplay is what brings me back to Celeste over and over and over again. So like even if I did relate to like the story of this chapter on like an intensely personal level, like I probably still would have like ranked this chapter below others simply because I think a lot of the mechanics in this chapter are like really awkward and like not fun to interact with, especially when compared to like the mechanics of chapters 5, 4, 2, and 1. But I digress. That's enough complaining, enough criticizing this game for, I don't know, how long did we spend that chapter? 30 minutes maybe? Homestretch time, chapter 7, Summit. This one's pretty alright. I do think, like, Celeste is, in my opinion, like, one of those games that, like, it's doing so well, like, it's a bloody masterpiece for so long, and then it kind of stumbles, like, right at the end, like, it trips on that last hurdle, because, like, Chapter 7 is an improvement over Chapter 6, in my opinion, although it is still on, like, the weaker end of chapters, in my opinion. And I realize I have to be on the lookout for strawberries again, because there's actually strawberries in this chapter. And a lot of them, like, it's... If I get every single strawberry in one go, like, it'll be a bloody miracle. Because I know that there's no way I'm able to pull that off. Wait a minute. Oh. I nearly messed that up. Ah. Did I mess that up? I did. Man, this strawberry is not even that difficult. I'm just really making a lot of classic blunders here. There we go. Oh, not done yet. Not done yet! Jesus! So, like, these spiky, like, crystal thingies, I believe the official name for them is crystal spinners. That's what they're called in the level editor. In this chapter, they're like this light shade of blue, and given that like a lot of the walls in this chapter are also like light blue, sometimes they really blend in. Like it's easy to miss them sometimes. But that's just me, like how to put it? Like that's not like a legitimate like criticism of the game. That's just me being bad and looking for excuses. Alright, I have a... Maybe my memory of this chapter is better than I give it credit for. I like the screen a lot because, like, you could... Like, I'm pretty sure this screen is very doable with only one dash. They're very generous with the green crystals that refresh your dash. This guy. One of my favorite roguelike games, Dungreed. I hope I'm saying that right. Actually, it's a strawberry item as a Celeste reference, which I appreciate seeing when I first found it. Man, you're more cultured than I am. A lot of these games you're talking about, I've never played. I'm sure they're fantastic games, I've just never gotten around to them. I can salvage this. Easy. Oh, careful. An obvious detail, but I like how like the music throughout this chapter is like It's like a more uplifting take on the game's main theme, but oh wait, don't forget this sneaky bit. It's a more like uplifting take on the game's main theme, but they add extra instruments to kind of like call back to the instrumentation from each previous chapter. I suppose like one of the things I'm not crazy about, I play a lot of indie games, insert shrugging here. More power to ya. Like, I suppose one of the things that might, Summon's a good chapter, right? Like, it's a pretty good one. It does kind of pull, like, that game design cliche where, like, oh man, like, the final level is a combination of every level before it, right? Like a lot of games do that, and it's not exactly the most, like, original way to end your game. Although, I guess within the context of the narrative, right, of this game, like, it makes sense, because you're climbing the whole mountain a second time, but now going much faster, because you don't have part of you weighing you down. It's like, from a narrative point of view, whoops, from like a narrative point of view, like, this game handles that trope much better than most others, but, I digress. How do I feel like I'm doing this wrong. But I'm stubborn, so I'm just gonna keep doing it like this. Celeste is surprisingly short, lol. You mean the game or the character? Because obviously her name is not actually Celeste. Within the context of the narrative, yeah, she is quite short, though. The game. Okay, I had to be short, Leo. I can never be too short with you. Watching you fly gracefully through these levels fills me with determination. I'm glad to hear that. Again, I'm not like the most amazing person in the world at this game, but I do like to think I'm much better than the average Joe, at least. On my main file, no, shit, I messed up. Wait, no, I can reset. Oh, good catch, good catch. I lost my train of thought. God, I gotta stop reading chat. It keeps distracting me. No, I love all of you actually, like, talking in chat. Like, it makes me feel important. Wait a minute. Am I? No, there is something up here. I'm positive. Yeah, you go like this. Leo, to answer your question, don't lie. Like, you say some dumb stuff sometimes. Especially when you're drunk. Which I know you have soju back at your apartment, so I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But yeah, no, like, finishing that thought, Sun Sunk, which, by the way, thanks for coming out. I really appreciate it. Like, I'm not, like, the most amazing player in the world at this game, but I do like to think I'm, like, pretty decent at it. On my main file, I've completed every chapter deathless, aside from the last 3 B-sides. So, make that as you will, right? Like, I'm sure some people be like, oh man, like, it's cute that he thinks that's actually impressive, but like, fuck it, it's a big deal for me, okay? It's like a lot of times this game in the past 5 years I've been playing it. Gosh, I think I got this game in like, what, summer 2018? So no, like 6 years almost by now. Where did the time go? I think this one over here, right? Yeah. That one plays really smoothly. Isn't there something up in here? Maybe not. I remember this strawberry because it's fucking evil. Up and into the wall. Which would normally kill you, but, I mean, there's a small crack in the wall that kind of clues you into what you have to do. Shoot. bro, you drink more than me? Maybe nowadays. Sure. Oh, did that really kill me? Come on, it's not even touching the wall. Want a refund on that one. Oh, yeah, I knew that was gonna be kinda close. Much better. I remember the, like, the mini crystal heart for this section is right up here, I think. No, I just missed it. Oh, that really stinks. I'll have to come back for it. Oh, yo, check it out. Big Mike's here. How you doing, man? I do like seeing like the slow warming up of these two characters as you get higher and up the mountain. Ah, yeah, I knew I was gonna be kinda close. Just wait. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, whatever you say, man. Oh my God, Madeline. Get your act together. There we go. Jesus! I'm embarrassed. As soon as Mike shows up, I start doing poorly. I swear I'm good at this game. Alright, just be patient. Just be patient. That's all you gotta do. When in doubt, be patient. Ah, rubbish. Super rubbish. Just be patient. Like, the only thing you need to know in order to be good at this game is be patient. This is another strawberry I'm not too big a fan of, because that pit really does look like you'll just die if you go down it. Hold right, dash. Not quite. I like the room a lot, because it looks deceptively difficult. Oh, that was close. I believe up here's where the tape is? Yep. Oopsies. Not too shabby. Shoutouts to the worst B-side remix in the entire game. We'll get to it when we get to it. Oops. Back this way. This one goes on for a little while. I'm a little nerve-wracking. As Jay would say, I'm nervous. Why'd I wait so long? That was really stupid of me. You got it anyways. Again, one of my I said this in the first stream, but one of my favorite things about this game is messing up, but then still managing to, like, salvage it. It's just, as you get late into the game, as the margin for error gets tighter and tighter, or actually, the margin of error would get bigger and bigger, it gets harder and harder to salvage mistakes. Like so. The key to that room is to not be patient. That was sloppy, but whatever. Got it anyways. Get the strawberry first. Oops. Can't you cheese this room? I'm gonna cheese it. I didn't cheese it. Get your wave dash right. There we go. Maybe I can cheese this. Watch me. Ah! You should stream Hades 2 Early Access? Bro, I haven't even played Hades 1 yet. Oh, here's one of these rooms again. Chapter 3, they love this pattern of, like, the dust bunnies going up and down these thin columns. And as I said in the first stream, I'm not complaining. I love this pattern. At least when I don't mess it up really badly. Messed up my analog stick there. I said in the first stream, but I'll say it again, because no one was watching the first stream. I play this game with an analog stick, and I know a lot of people would call me crazy for doing that. Because they're like, oh man, like, this is a game where, like, getting your dash just right is really important. Like, you need a D-pad with, like, only, like, a set number of, like, inputs to, like, play this game. But it's like, I learned this game on an analog stick, and I can't unlearn it on it. Like, I cannot learn to play this game on a D-pad now, because I've been playing with the analog stick for so long. And I get wrong inputs so infrequently that, like, I'm willing to put up with, like, the 1 in 100 chance of getting the wrong input if it means getting to play this game with a more comfortable control scheme than I'm used to. Aggressive. $2,000 So I guess canonically Mount Celeste is like, what, roughly 4,000 meters tall? Which would mean like, what, it's like the height of Mont Blanc in Europe? I could believe it. Oh, not quite. There we go. Yeah, no, like, a lot of, like, the pros say playing this game with an analog stick is, like, fucking impossible. But, I mean, like, I don't know, I'm the ultimate hipster. I play Super Meat Boy with a keyboard, despite the game literally telling you to play it with a controller, and if you don't, you're a terrible person. Maybe I should choose Super Meat Boy one of these days. I love that game so much. And Super Meat Boy is a significantly shorter game, too, so, like, I could definitely, like, I could probably blast that game in 30 minutes if I wanted to. So, like, it'd make for a pretty quick stream. Oops. I got the return of the stupid snowballs, otherwise known as the worst mechanic in the entire game. Let's just cheese this. I don't care. Like... Normally I play by the game's rules, but like if it means interacting with the snowballs more than I have to, I'm just gonna say nah, screw it, I don't care. I like this one a lot. Unless they make dumb mistakes like that. Like, I like this game a lot, but I can never remember how to do it, is the thing. What you want you to do is climb on it. Easy. I never play controller on any game and I do just fine, so yeah, and like I feel like in the case of Super Meat Boy, it makes a big deal over like playing a controller for no reason. Like in my opinion, the game plays just fine like a keyboard. If anything, like so before I had this game on my Switch, which yeah, I bought this game twice because I like it that much, right? But before I had it on my Switch, I actually played it on Steam, and I forgot something, didn't I? Whoops. Up here? No. I'm mistaken. I think you want to go straight first and then double back. Maybe not. Unless it's up there. God, I don't remember, man. Is it up here? No. But no, finishing that anecdote, I played this game on Steam before I had it on my Switch, and back in those days, I tried playing it with a keyboard first, and like Celeste on keyboard is fucking terrible. Like, it controls so poorly. Like, I couldn't do it. Like, halfway into Chapter 1, I was like, let me dig up, like, my old PS4 controller. But then, like, probably like a year and a half later, I bought it a second time on Switch, and I haven't gone back to the Steam version since. Real sneaky strawberry. I mean, yeah, do what works for you, right? If that means, like, binding movement to, like, F9, like, go for it, right? Shoot. I'm overcomplicating this. I think all you have to do is go up like this, up, and over? No. Nah, I remember. I want you to do this. Jump back over. I messed up. I'm gonna get this. Jump. There we go. And then dash back over. Easy. Mike, you missed it. I was singing the praises of the Red Bubbles a bunch when we were doing Chapter 5. But yeah, the Red Bubbles are probably my favorite mechanic in the entire game. There's so much potential for, like, cool puzzles when you notice, like, weird connections between screen transitions. Oh shoot, careful. I don't know why I thought I could do that. Take it in steps. Right. Do I remember how to do this? I do. Like that. Easy. That was a little too close for comfort, but sure. I think, like, it's worth noting that, like, people always say Celeste is, like, a really hard game, but, like, they do give you, like, a lot of room for error. Like, and like the screen before this, my timing was far from perfect, and it was still good enough to get through the room. Like, it's a hard game, but the developers aren't evil. Like, they want you to succeed, so like they're gonna like give you a little bit of leeway if that means like making things a bit more enjoyable. Oh, there's a lot of sneaky strawberries in this screen. Let's see if I remember them all. Oh, I'm gonna have stamina. Kinda close. I jumped a few too many times there. Right, there's one in here. This bit's kinda nifty. And yeah, this strawberry is silly. Switch number 1, switch number 2, and then you get the strawberry. So far, my only serious gripe with this game is that the freaking Crystal Heart, I legitimately think the one with the Mario reference is a better puzzle. Nah, man, you're wrong. Agree to disagree. But I'm not gonna talk about that anymore. I'm sick of it. I know before I said, oh no, I'm not mashing through the dialogue, I'm just a fast reader, guys, trust me. I might have been mashing that time. I don't think I actually read all of that. My fault. Home stretch. Oops. Shit. Oh, I messed up. I had so much momentum. Anyway, so I think I missed one of the hidden gems. Darn. Have to come back for that one. No big deal. I like the twist on the wind mechanic here, where instead of blowing left to right, it blows up and down. Like, even this deep into the game, they're still finding, like, new ways to, like new ways to surprise the player. New mechanics to try out. And I think because of that, because this is, like, the first, like the first bit of, like, new content you're seeing, the last 30 checkpoints of this chapter were my favorite part. Ooh, I might be screwed. I could salvage this, maybe not. Yeah, Mike, if it was supposed to be rain, then why would the rain blowing upwards give you lighter gravity? Isn't there something over here? Yeah. I like how, so normally this game's like really good about like having all the platforms like make logical sense. Like every like platform you see in this game is like attached to like some like rocky outcropping, so it's not just floating in midair. And then there's just like that floating chunk of crystal off to the left side there. But not always perfect. They missed a few spots. Not quite good enough. How do I do this again? Is it not just like this? Apparently not. I feel like it is, and I'm just stupid. Yeah, no, it's just like that. I really was just stupid. over. Kind of a bit close there. Oh, that does not go down. I thought it did. Whoops. There we go. Some more floating crystals. They just forgot to attach them to stuff. Up, over. I like these bits of the level where it's just like a sheer vertical climb. Like, no gimmicks. Just straight up. One wall to hang on to. Alright, home stretch. Let's do it. I like how long, the closer to the top you get, the more distance there is between each checkpoint. Sure, dude, goodbye. Hey, take it easy, mate. Thanks for coming out again. But, like, the closer to the top you get, the distance between checkpoints gets longer and longer. So, like, these last few, like, they're not screens, but, like, these last few checkpoints, they feel like they go on forever, right? And I definitely screwed myself out of getting that strawberry, didn't I? Nah, I can salvage it. We love wave dashing. Oh shoot! It was Big Mike who had to leave. My fault. I didn't even notice that he, what he had said. Alright, checkpoint 2. Like, effectively, like the last real level of the main game. Because checkpoint 1's kind of just like a victory lap. Whoops. Got a wrong input there. I also like how for the last few checkpoints the wind goes away. Like, there's really no gimmicks to, like, these last few checkpoints. It's just pure platforming prowess. And last jump. Nice. Yeah. Checkpoint 1 really is just like a victory lap. It's pretty difficult to actually die here. But, I mean, like, it's just cool. Like, you're getting close to the top, the music kind of fades out, the obstacles get more and more spaced out, until eventually, bam, there you are. Let's just enjoy this for a bit. Probably the best line the game could possibly end on. At least the main game. Because yeah, she's absolutely right. View's pretty good up top. I'm nervous, Jay. So I suppose, I mean, obviously we're far from the end of this game, despite the credits rolling, and also, likewise, we're far from the end of this stream. There's still 2 bonus chapters to go, 4 B-sides, and then all of the C-sides, but the C-sides should go very quickly. It's most of the time left in the stream is going to come down to those bonus chapters and B-sides. But just like talking about the main game, like, no matter how many times I play this, I come away with the same conclusion. This is my favorite game of all time. I'm a twitchy, like, platformer fan, right? Like, it's just the kind of games I like Super Meat Boy, Donkey Kong Country. Like, those are the things that I adore. And, like, Celeste takes all of, like, the best aspects of, like, a high-stakes platformer and, like, actually manages to tell, like, a really compelling story on top of it, right? Like, it simultaneously, like, nails the experience on both a gameplay and narrative front. So, like, you get the best of both worlds. And on top of all of that, you have, like, an amazing soundtrack, fantastic art direction, like, just so many fun and likable characters. Like, it has everything you could ever want, I feel like. It's not the longest game in the world. I mean, like, that casual playthrough, obviously, like, I've played this game a million times by now, like, I consider myself to be pretty decent at it, so I could blast through this game pretty quickly. But even casually, right, I think on my first playthrough, I probably, like, beat the game in, like, less than 10 hours. But, like, it's just so infinitely replayable. The gameplay is so addictive, right? And, like, because, like, the game is split into, like, a series of, like, bite-sized chapters, it's so easy just to, like, pick up and play. Like, I've had so many, like, times in my life where I'm like, oh man, like, I got, like, 15 minutes to kill, let me just, like, do, like, a quick run-through of, like, Chapter 5 or some shit, right? Like, I got, like, 10 minutes to kill, let me just do a few B-sides, why not? Keep the fingers loose. Like, I'll never get bored of this game, I feel like. Hey, Churro dude, for real this time. Thanks for coming out. Take it easy, mate. But first, let's take a look at the sick nasty pie I'm gonna get. There's absolutely no way I got every strawberry in Chapter 7. I definitely missed a couple. But I don't actually think you need every single strawberry to make the cutoff for the best pie. I like that little bit of dialogue from the old lady. Because it implies that, like, she's definitely been to the top of the mountain at some point. So does Maddie have a twin now? Nah. I mean, but, like, it's just, like, quite literally a part of her, right? And the implication, as they were talking about earlier, is that once Madeline leaves the mountain, that part of her is going to go away. Or, like, it's not going to go away, but it's going to lose its physical form, so she won't be able to talk to her, like, directly. Yeah, that's the best pie in the game. At least I'm... No, I'm certain. It is. Like, this is as good as it gets. I must admit, I had a phase a while ago where I would speedrun this game, any percent, just trying to get through the game as quickly as possible, not collecting any strawberries. One of the things that made me, like, quit or, like, lose motivation is that it was very demotivating to get to, like, the end of a run, and then your reward being just, like, the world's shittiest looking pie because you don't collect any strawberries in the any percent route. Yeah, no, we missed a few. I think I must have missed 6, because 5 strawberries are in, Chapter 8. So we should probably do that first. Yep, 6. I also need to get the heart anyways as well. Ah, jeez. I missed a bunch scattered all over the place. Oh, your old profile pic was Theo? Yeah, like Theo is my favorite character. Favorite character in my favorite game? I mean, it made sense. Fuck me. There we go. I did already get this one, right? Yeah. Is anything down here? God, these pits that don't... That look like you would just die if you went down them. Like, those are the ones that always get me. And I'm, like, definitely dead. What's the optimal route through here? Definitely not that. Shoot. Ah, damn it, I got a wrong input. Before you thought that's what I looked like IRL? I wish I was as good looking as Theo. Are you kidding me? The dude is like the definition of handsome. Can I salvage this? Nice. Nice, that's that one. Well, my profile picture on Discord, even before the Theo one, was just an actual picture of myself. The green and yellow one. And I know you were around to see that one, because I remember Sophie once told me that she was surprised that that's just what I actually looked like. He's not that good looking? Nah, see, a more false statement has never been said. Like, the man is... Oh my god, like, don't even get me started. I'll never be able to avoid the gay allegations. Alright, so where the hell is the hidden gem in this section again? I don't remember. I feel like I should remember. It's not there. In here, maybe? Yep. Yeah, I don't really like that. Like, you kind of have to, like, go down both paths, but, like, there's also, like, a point of no return up top, I think, so, like, you kind of can't do both in a single playthrough. Whoops! Getting a lot of wrong inputs all of a sudden. So I should have that permanently now, so if I hit return the map... Missing 3 in this section. pretty sure there's not gonna be anything that way. I don't trust it. I'm going back. There's definitely something up top there. There was not. Ugh, I don't remember any of these strawberries are. I can't even like envision the ones I'm missing. We'll have to see which one this is. I already missed one. Can I even go back? I don't think I can. I'll have to come back for it later. Ah. Can I salvage this? Oh yeah, totally. Maybe. I definitely could have, I just couldn't see. The camera got a little confused there. Ah, rubbish. Don't know why I'm saying that so much. Apparently I just really want to be British. This is peculiar. So if you were to go left there, that is definitely where that strawberry would be. Might as well get it anyways. Aha! Sneaky. Can't believe I missed that, honestly. Should be ashamed. Shame to say this is my favorite game of all time. I can't even remember where, like, all 185 some collectibles are. What am I, a fraud? Oh, that's not even all of them. Okay. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. I just gotta go back up there. So there must be... Oh, I remember what this one is now. This one's, sneaky. You gotta go up like this. Wind starts blowing, right? The other way. Okay. Easy. Easy. This section, turn the map. So the first one in this section is really sneaky. But where? How sneaky? Nope. Just gotta start burying my head into every wall I see. It must be over here, right? It's the only logical explanation. Maybe I'm just not into curly-haired men, but I think he's not average look. He's just average personality-wise. Yeah, I can get behind it, but he's more like a brother to me. Yeah, to each their own, right? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, after all. And again, I'm not saying that I would date him, because, you know, I'm not gay. But if I were, I mean, I probably would date. You know, I don't need to explain myself. Why are we even talking about this? Okay, I don't think it's over here. And now I can't get back. Oh, no, I can salvage this. See? Is it up there? No, that's where I came from. Where the hell is this strawberry? I can't find it. Is it up here? This is certainly tricky. Like that one Triceratops from Star Fox Adventures. I keep rearing my head into every single wall until something happens. What conversation did I just come back to, lol? What, did you hear me talking about how hot Theo is? Sorry, man. Just saying, he's a good-looking guy, you know, one handsome lad to another. Okay, Jim, where the hell is this strawberry? I can't find it. Can't go back either. Man, this is... It's been a while since I've been stumped by a strawberry like this. Are you really that handsome, though? Leo, don't even lie. I'm not gonna get into it. All I'll say is that you'd be lying to yourself if you said no and you know it. What am I doing? I'm actually going insane. I don't know where the hell this strawberry is. Wait a minute. One, two, chips. No, yeah, like, this is so bizarre. Where the hell is it? It must be somewhere in this screen. But it can't be beyond this point. A conundrum. One more try. One more. I'm gonna figure this out. I'm really looking like a fake fan right now. I don't know. I can't remember where the hell this thing is. It has to be over here. There we go. I thought that's where I messed up. I thought that's where you came back from the hidden gem, but I was mistaken. Hey, that's everything in this chapter. Wait, no, I'm a liar. There's a few strawberries left to find in this section. Luckily, I know where one of them is. You kind of need to do this chapter twice in order to get everything. Because I feel like you can't do both the upper and lower path of the beginning all in one go. I did get that right? Yeah. And I remember what the last one is. I knew I was gonna forget something on the last screen. Because there's so many strawberries in that last screen. But now that I know for a fact I forgot one there, I know exactly which one I forgot. It always sucks when you miss something right towards the end of a checkpoint, because it means you have to go a long way back just to get back to it. Oh, fuck me. As soon as I hit the button, I knew I was screwed. least now we get to see the other path that I skipped last time. And I'm screwed. Salvage it, maybe? Nope. And we're back. Yeah, you can do these chapters a lot faster if you can just skip past all the secrets. There we go. That chapter is kind of cool because it's really like there is no telegraph as to where it is. Like there's no like crack in the wall to kind of like clue you into the fact that that wall's fake. You just kind of have to notice that like that entire like top section of that screen's completely symmetrical, so that if you know there's like a hidden pocket on the right side, there must also be a hidden pocket on the left side. Pretty cool. Anyways, now all that's left to get is the heart, which thankfully I already know. Hopefully, like, I really hope that once you collect the gems, you can just exit out of the level and you still have them, because otherwise I'm gonna have to, like, replay, like, 80% of this chapter just to get this stupid heart, because I missed 1 out of, like, 7 gems. No, there's only 6. Please work. Yes! Alright, we're flying. Alright, that's all the blue heart. No, wait, there's one more blue heart left in the game. And it's the one we're about to get. Quite a few deaths, though. More than I would have liked. Anyways, bonus chapter time. So right away, I like how these bonus chapters do some interesting things, and this one kind of like sets that trend by changing the rules of the game. All of a sudden, you don't get your dash back when you touch the ground, so you have to rely on those green gems. And this is, I believe, the third and final time the game directly addresses Madeline's ability to dash. And I've said it every other time, so I'll repeat it here. I like how the game doesn't, like, address it terribly often. And even when they do it, like, very indirectly. Like, she just says it'll start affecting your power differently or whatever, right? She's not gonna be all like, oh yeah, like, your dash won't come back when you touch the ground like it did in every previous level. Because, like, that sounds very, like, phony and, like, gamey, right? See, the old lady gets it. DLC content? No, I believe this was free at launch. I love that sound effect so much. Just like the beam of light cutting through the heart gate. Here we go, though. I adore this track. It's one of my favorites in the game. And, like, right away, what I like about this chapter is that, like, because this is like the first and only chapter in the entire game where you don't get your dash back when you touch the ground, like you immediately feel the effects of that, right? Like all of a sudden, like what used to be like very simple level layouts feel incredibly restricted and like constraining. And I also like how much this chapter kind of like teases you with things. Like over here, there's a strawberry that like try all you want, you can't get this yet, right? Or like up top, there's a path that the game very clearly wants you to go down or go up rather because it's above you, but you can't, right? It kind of clues you into like some of the mechanics in this chapter that we haven't seen yet. This game's kind of cool, because you don't need to interact with the mechanics at all to get through it. And here's like the main mechanic of this chapter, like these hot and cold switches. Like it's kind of got like a Freezy Flame Galaxy from like Super Mario Galaxy vibe, where like it's simultaneously a fire and an ice level in one. And like all the mechanics are the same between both versions, it's just that like they behave in opposite ways depending on like what the temperature is like, right? And like the general theme that I think is kind of cool is that when like it's all like fiery, things tend to rise, and then when things get cold, they tend to sink and fall down. So like those like hot cool platforms that would like throw you off in the opposite direction you grabbed them, now they just break apart underneath your feet. Those fireballs, now you can bounce off of them. The like fiery bumpers, now they're like the blue pinball bumpers. And the conveyor belts that used to lift you up, now you just slip off of them. Like, it's a really cool dynamic for a chapter. I cannot... You gotta save at least one dash. So, like this. Easy. There's only 5 strawberries in this chapter, so I'm pretty sure I remember where all of them are. Also, one thing I do kind of wish this chapter did was I wish there were more of those heart gates throughout it. Like, I don't like how there's just one at the very start and then that's the end of it. I kind of wish that, like, maybe that first heart gate, you only need 1 heart to get through it, but then, like, somewhere around here there was another one that would take 2, and then a little bit later there'd be another one that takes 4, right? Just the idea that, like, you need more and more hearts to go deeper and deeper. I feel like that could have been cooler thematically. That was cutting it kind of close. Oh jeez. Three strawberries left. Getting close to the end. Another thing I like about this chapter is that it kind of gets you used to the idea of doing like advanced platforming without having your dashes. Like, I know one of my, I said it a few times already, but one of my favorite things in this game is, like, when you make a mistake and it's like, okay, like, I'm not dead yet, so how can I salvage this? How can I, like, undo this mistake, basically? But this chapter is really, like, when you start to feel like you can't, because you don't get your dash back when you mess up, right? And, like, usually these levels are designed around you using your dashes at, like, in, like, very specific places, right? So if you don't have a dash when you get there, you're screwed no matter what. Oh, shit! Salvageable? Nope. Now, that was just the single worst thing I could have done in that situation. Am I stupid? I could have sworn this is what you were supposed to do. I guess not. I guess you have to hit like a switch and then wiggle your way up that hole when there's no fireballs around. Oh, yo, have I not mentioned this up until now? I like how in each chapter the, like, death screen changes slightly to kind of, like, reflect the chapter. So, like, in this one, it's a little heart, because you're going into the heart of the mountain, and there's, like, a lot of heart imagery throughout this chapter, with, like, little, like, heart carvings on all the walls, the switches that, like, change the temperature of hearts. You need hearts to get in here. Like, it's cool, and like every chapter does that. Like I know some other ones I can remember off the top of my head is chapter 3. The death screen looks like a lock, or like not a lock, but like a keyhole, right? Because it's a hotel. Like you lock doors. It makes sense. I'm pretty sure for farewell it's a star because you're in space. Spoiler alert, I guess. Ah, shit. I think I could have made that actually. I don't know why I killed myself. Gotta have more confidence. Ugh, I'm really struggling here. Get your act together, Madeline. Oh, jeez. There we go. Should only be, there's one strawberry left in the entire game. Well, like, one, like, red berry, obviously. There's still the gold berries and the moon berry to go. Which, I will talk about those when they become relevant. And I'm probably screwed here, right? Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, this chapter, most screens, if you mess up, you really can't salvage your mistakes. Because you gotta have dashes at very specific points. And it wouldn't be a lava level if there wasn't, like, a rising lava section. That last bit's always kind of freaky. As is this section, it's really tempting to want to like dash across this to go faster, but you need to use your dashes to go up, because otherwise you can't make those jumps. The concept of conserving your dashes becomes a lot more important in Chapter 9, so it's kind of cool how they start to get that idea into your head. Final strawberry, don't mess it up! Get up! Nice! And, of course, I kill myself immediately after. But that's every strawberry in the game. Excuse me, every red berry in the game. This bit's kind of finicky. I got it first try, but that bit never feels, like, entirely clean. And we're out of there. And I know, like, I just mentioned how, like, oh man, it can't be a lava level without a requisite rising lava section, but, you know, like, Celeste still finds a clever way to, like, put a cool twist on it. And again, like, it fits the general theme of, like, the mechanics, right? Like, heat makes things rise, ice makes them sink. So you got lava coming at you from the top, from the bottom when it's hot, and then the ice that falls on you from up top when it's cold. Like, it's just so... it's just so clever. And also, shoutouts to being able to completely cheese that room with some hyper dashes. Oh, I should have waited. That's gonna be kind of close. This was kind of finicky. Got it. And the last B-side tape in the game. Let me up! I like how that room, it's very free form. There's like no one way to do it. And here we are. What used to be like the end of the game before Farewell got added. Good pun, by the way. And iconic screen is iconic. Alright, that's every quote-unquote A-side finished. Obviously there's Farewell, but Farewell doesn't really have an A, B, and C side. It's just Farewell. Which we're definitely going to save that for last. So I guess no better place to start than with the B-sides. Yeah, every single strawberry in the game. Not too shabby. Alright, Mere Magic by Too Mellow. This song is the reason why I got this game. I heard a remix of this when I was doing like homework in my junior year of high... No, my sophomore year of high school. No, wait. Yeah, no, it would have been my junior year of high school. I played this game... I first played this game in between my junior and senior year of high school. Wait, was it? No, it would have been between my sophomore and junior years, I think. Fuck, I can't remember actually. Shoot. But yeah, I heard a cover of this song, and I thought it was like, it was a really good cover. But more importantly, like in the YouTube video for the cover, they showed footage of the game, and I thought to myself like, oh hey, like this looked kind of like neat. Like, I guess there really isn't anything more to it other than like it was the first time I ever saw like gameplay or like footage of this game. And I thought it looked fun. So then, like, a few months later, like, I picked it up, like, right at the beginning of summer, and I just completely fell in love with it after that. And it's like, man, like, if not for this song and that guy making a cover of it, whoops, I don't know if I'd be playing it, right? Like, I may have never discovered my favorite game of all time if not for that cover. Which, if anyone's curious, I believe it was the jazz cover arranged by Insane in the Rain Music, who I don't think makes covers anymore. I think he only does original stuff now. I can't remember for sure. I remember, like, back when I first got into college, he made, like, a big, like, farewell video. But then I think he actually said he was going to come back. But I don't know if anything actually like, came out of that. I haven't been following him lately, so who knows for sure. But Insane in the Rain Music, cool guy. Carlos Ayin, I think his name is. I don't actually know how to say his last name. But point is, he's a cool guy. Makes some good music. Go watch his stuff. I really hope in the time I haven't been following him, he got canceled or something. Because now I just look really bad. I highly doubt it. But, you know, I'm just covering my tracks. I haven't been keeping up with the guy in, like... Well, I haven't been, like, following his content in, like, well over a year by now, so who knows. But yeah, if not for his cover of this particular song, I don't know if I would have ever discovered this game. That's the quote-unquote bad ending. Anyways, I'm like completely like glossing over the gameplay of this chapter because like this B-side, I don't know if it's as good as Chapter 4's B-side, but it's probably the most interesting one. Like every other B-side is extremely linear, but this one actually, like that section I just did is actually like pretty open-ended. And it does a lot of cool stuff with the red bubbles, if you haven't noticed, the connections between rooms. And dumbest jump in the game, got it. Pretty good run so far. I said it in the first stream, but I feel like the B-sides I'm a lot more familiar with, because most of the time, whenever I pick up this game just for fun, I usually just play the B-sides. So my muscle memory for them is a lot more retained. Man, this song's good. These rooms really give you an opportunity to bully the fuck out of the eyeball monsters. And you kind of need to in this room. Because the only way to get your dash back is by bouncing off of its head. And this room is actually really cool, but you can just cheese the entire thing by not messing up your wave dash. You can just cheese the entire thing by getting a wave dash. So, I think the intended strategy is you boop the monster on the head, and then when it reforms, you use the explosion to get some momentum to get across that big gap. Anyways, here's the best line of dialogue in the entire game. I love Theo. Whoops, I got distracted. Don't read chat in the middle of difficult levels, me. Oh, Jesus. The monsters can't actually kill you if they're just, like, sitting still like that. Like, I think they only actually have a hitbox when they have, like, those ghosting frames behind them. But it still is, like, it's really nerve-wracking when you bump into one but don't die. Or, like, when they're charging at you but they end up hitting Theo above your head. Your man Crush distracted you? Oh, I get it, I get it. This one is clearly impossible. The irony of that line is that screen's actually one of the easier ones in this section, I think. It's oddly forgiving. There's like, they give you like twice as many green gems as you need. Not quite. I always like this, like, beat block section. Like, it's a cool twist to have to carry Theo through it, because otherwise you can't get through that last gate. 6 minutes, though, is a pretty good time. I think my personal best is like 4:30, but that's with no depths, obviously. And then there was Chapter 6 B-side. Probably the worst content in this entire game. Like, at least, like, I know I said Chapter 6 was my least favorite in the main game, but at least that chapter has, like, the good story. But, like, in the B-sides, there is no plot, right? There's no dialogue outside of Theo's little banter, and specifically in the Chapter 5 B-side. So, like, you don't even get, like, the good part of this chapter. Instead, it's just, like, these annoying mechanics that I don't like this chapter for, but, like, cranked up to 11. Which kind of just means, like, they're more frustrating than they need to be. Because you have to, like, you have, like, the slippery physics of the feather, but, like, now you have to do, like, some really precise platforming with it. As well as, like, the inherently imprecise pinball bumpers, also in combination of, like, precise and, like, really tight level design. So, like, it's just, like, a recipe for disaster. Like, a lot of these levels, a lot of these screens I just don't find, like, the most enjoyable. But regardless, we gotta play it. And again, like, even the weakest part of Celeste is still, like, a well above average platforming experience. In fact, not even, like, above average, like, a very good platforming experience. The worst B-side in Celeste puts, like, the best Dark World chapter in Super Meat Boy to shame. That's not actually true, but it definitely puts the worst Dark World to shame. Yeah, I should really do a Super Meat Boy stream. Because I could definitely blast through that game in, like, an hour tops. Yeah, I remember this screen being a real pain in the ass. Chapter 6. This is one of very few chapters that on my main file I have yet to do a deathless run of. And I don't think it's because I'm incapable of doing it. Like, if you give me enough time, I feel like I could definitely, like, figure out the, like build up the consistency required to do a deathless run of this chapter. It's just that I don't find it particularly enjoyable, right? Like as I've been saying, like, a lot of these screens I just don't think are very fun. And it all comes down to, like, how, like, not enjoyable these mechanics are. Especially what, like they're decent mechanics, but, like, I just don't think they're, like, designed, or they're not meant for, like, the level of precision this level design asks of you. Please don't choke. Okay, good. This seems kind of cool, at least. Gotta go fast. Barely. Alright. Getting somewhere. Oh, actually, while I'm talking about other reasons I don't like this B-side, this remix, like, low-key kind of sucks. I don't know how unpopular of an opinion that is, but this is probably, like I know I made fun of No More Running briefly when I was doing Chapter 7, but, like, No More Running, for, like, how as lazy of a remix as it is, I feel like it's at least, like, better composition-wise than this remix. Like, I'm not a big fan of this instrumentation. I think the arrangement's very repetitive. And it, like, it's just, like, it's not, like... I don't like the vibe it goes for. That's obviously a very personal thing. Like, obviously music's subjective. Like, every song is someone's favorite, theoretically. But, for me personally, like, this song just doesn't do it for me. And with how, like, difficult this chapter is, it means you're probably going to be hearing this on loop for a very long time, which only makes the chapter more frustrating, which only makes you stay in the chapter for longer because you keep dying because you're frustrated, which means you're only going to hear this song for longer, then you get even more frustrated, and then you get it, right? Like, this chapter is a cycle of just disappointment. Like, this section's honestly, like, another, like, it's a really good indicator of, like, whoopsies. It's a really good indicator of, like, the problem I have with this chapter. Like, this section, there's so many screens that play, like, pretty much exactly the same, where you're just, like, going down, weaving through some, like, tightly packed crystals. And it's like you do the same thing so many times, it just gets tedious and repetitive. Like, it's still going. Although, this time they take away the weird purple hair tendrils, I guess so it's easier to see. Because I remember this screen being particularly brutal. Yeah. I think the meta there is actually to go back to the wall and then jump off and dash, instead of doing it all in one motion. So like this. Yeah, much easier. That last stretch is easily the hardest part. Maybe my problem with this song, I've never really, like, put it into words before, because normally when I play this game I don't talk, because I'm just playing it by myself, instead of, like, on stream. But I feel like my problem with the song is the lack of, like, any good, like, percussive rhythm. Like, it's entirely melodic, and, like, that's all well and good and all, but, like, for, like, a video game, like, I feel like rhythm is super important, because it gives the... Like, rhythm is often, especially percussion, that's often what makes, like, the song feel driving. And, like that, like, driving force is, like, what motivates the player, you know? Like, it makes them want to, like, keep moving forward, in a sense, I guess. And with this song completely lacking, like, any kind of, like, not only does it, like, not have, like, a lot of rhythm, but, like, just the complete lack of, like, percussion. Like, it makes the song feel, like, weirdly empty, I guess. Oh Jesus, I tried the backwards hyper there. I think I caught myself. This screen's kind of annoying, because you're kind of at the mercy of how she throws out her projectiles. Alright, I got lucky that time. Oh my god, that was... The game is pretty generous about, like, if you're, like, really close, and there's, like, a red pellet coming your way, like, the game kind of lets you, like, just tank it. Because otherwise, yeah, like it'd be like the same problem as the what am I doing? It'd be like the same problem as the snowballs from Chapter 4, where like you're like right near the edge of the screen and then a snowball comes out of nowhere and you can't react to it. Like if the game wants you to have to like dash into her to damage her, it'd be infuriating if she like just like threw an attack out at you and it'd be impossible to react to. Yeah, I knew it was gonna happen. I should have dashed right. We're getting close to the end. We're getting to the section where the platforms move back and forth instead of just falling straight down. That was close. Hit her! Are you kidding me? Did I really just do that? I don't even know what I did. I think I got like controller snapback there. I'm so mad at myself for doing that. Oh. Let's hit her. Nice. Bam. Bam. I like how she doesn't throw out any projectiles there. It's like they know. This room's kind of fun. It's a unique twist on this idea, where like, she's behind a wall, just kind of throwing shit out at you. You can't get to her till you get all the switches. Like, this is the level of, like, creativity you need in order to, like, sustain this mechanic for this long. Because, similar to the A side, I guess, the main game, I feel like this section where you're fighting part of you, it goes on for too long. Like, we're still going, and if memory serves, there's still, like, another, like, a few more screens to go after this. And like the screens get pretty long from here, and it'd be amazing if I could quit dying in the exact same way. Oh! Really cutting it close. Hit her? Nice. I think there's one more screen after this. I do like these screens. That's cool. I do like these screens where, like, she's so far off in the distance that, like, you can't even see her, even when you're, like, holding right for a long time. Like, they're kind of nifty. There we go. Yeah, you want to hit her, like, kind of, like, up and to the right, not straight on right. Or at the very least, like, you gotta hold left to kill most of your momentum. Hit it! Don't die! Nice. Okay, this is the last one. Oh wait, no, I thought... I guess... like the last screen before, like, the, beat block section. So I guess this section's shorter than I thought, although it still is pretty long. And like the last beat blocks section, it's one of the less creative ones out of all the B-sides, I think. So yeah, Center of the Earth, Chapter 6 B-side, it's not great. Like the song kind of sucks. A lot of the screens are like pretty like bland and forgettable. A lot of them kind of blend together, not very enjoyable. And it's too damn long. But regardless, we're through it. Chapter 7 B-side, what I believe is the longest B-side in the game, which makes sense. It's the longest, like, main chapter. It's the longest chapter in the game, and the main game as well. Outside of Farewell, but again, Farewell doesn't have a B-side, so... Shh. Anyways, because I talked a lot about the music in the last chapter, I guess I'll talk a bit about the music in this chapter. This remix isn't great either. Granted, if I remember correctly, there's actually a very good reason for why it's not that great. It's because the composer who was supposed to like remix the original track. Like the composer who was like the guest composer who was supposed to create the song "No More Running" had to like drop out of the project like pretty late into development. So I believe this one was actually done by Lena Raine, like very last second, which is why it sounds so like bland and repetitive. But hey, like at least there's like actually some like percussive rhythm in this one, so like, and like I feel like composition-wise and also in terms of instrumentation, it's a lot more pleasing than Chapter 6's B-side. And shouts to the dumbest jump in the entire game. I hate that jump so much. But yeah, like the TLDR, like this B-side remix, it's not great, but I do think it's still like significantly better than Chapter 6's B-side. There we go. I feel like I always mess up that jump at least once. I get it on my second try, but like the first try always has to be a doozy. Or it has to be a wash. Boop. Oh my god. That was about as bad as it gets. What am I doing? Quit being a pansy and just do this screen the way you're supposed to. Dumbass. Stamina. I do like how, because the B-sides are usually shorter than the main game counterparts, the transitions between like each chapter archetype are a lot faster. I really enjoy this section, this bit right here. It just feels really good bouncing between the two walls there. I also like how the bit theme to Chapter 2 here, it requires you to use the jump tech you learned in Chapter 2's B-side. But the main games didn't, which makes sense because of the chance that you didn't do the B-side. Bit of a skip there. Have you noticed that we're fucking 3.5 minutes into this song yet, and like we've yet to hit like any like main melody? There we go. Like that's the problem with this B-side remix. It's just like very like low, like not low energy, but like it feels like the song never goes anywhere. Like it's constantly building towards something, and then like when you finally get to like what it's been building towards, it's just like okay. Like it's a little anticlimactic. That bit's fun. Oh, I don't think I commented on the fact that in the Chapter 2 section you could see, like, the Forbidden City in the background. Pretty cool. It's like some Xenoblade shit. Being able to see past locations in the background of current ones, man, the world feels so cohesive. Oof, kinda close. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. I used to have a pattern for doing this room 100% consistently. I don't remember it. So we're just gonna wing it and hope for the best. And shockingly, it's kinda working. Wow, I did not deserve to get that first try. And then, of course, I immediately blunder by making the stupidest mistake in my entire life. Patient? Oh my god, oh my god! Yeah, there's no way. Ugh. I would have loved to get this room first try. I feel like no matter like when you go, like the cycles for these dust bunnies never line up perfectly, so you kind of just have to hope for the best. There we go. Alright, about halfway there. I remember this room being a doozy. I think I'll be screwed up, honestly. Can I salvage it? It's going pretty well so far. Nah, yeah, you have to hit the wall there. I don't know if I'm gonna make it again. I can salvage it. I can salvage it. Nice. Again, that's my favorite thing in the world. Anyways, again, they want you to bounce off the snowballs here. I'm not gonna bother. Fuck this mechanic. And that's the last time we'll ever see it. So, yay. I remember my first playthrough of this game, I was doing this room just like the worst way possible. Like, I completely misunderstood the way you were supposed to do it. Let me see if I can replicate how I did it. I think what I did was like this. Like, I made this room way harder than it needed to be. But yeah, I'm not even gonna try to replicate it. It's too difficult. It's too stupid. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. That room plays pretty well though, and it's a lot harder than it looks. I'm pretty surprised I got that on only my like second try. At least like the second try when I was doing it the intended way. But maybe that's part of the challenge. It's not like super obvious what you're supposed to do. I didn't comment on it. There's a lot of rooms like that in Chapter 5's B-side, and they're always a lot of fun, just like bouncing between red bubbles like that. Wonder why they never went back and added to the track. I don't know if what I was talking about like Lena Raine having to come in and like make this track last second was actually true. I might be gaslighting myself. I'm almost positive a friend of mine who is a lot more informed on like the development of this game than I am told me that though. But again, I might be gaslighting myself. I'm not sure. Again, like for as much as I love this game, I'm like shockingly like not super involved with the larger community. Like I kind of just like appreciate this game on my own a lot of the time. Hit it! Oh, barely. This bit's kind of fun. Oh! Alright, last stretch. Let's do it. This is going surprisingly well. Aside from, like, a few screens that had some pretty obvious blunders, I mean, for the most part, like, we're getting through this pretty fast. I could have cheesed that if I wanted to, and now I have to. Yeah, you know, screw doing this level the way they want you to do it. Wave dashing is just too much fun and too easy. Can I cheese this? Yes, I can. It is a fun thing to come back to like earlier chapters and then abuse like the advanced movement tech they don't expect you to know to like beat earlier levels in unintended ways. this screen, this is one of the hardest in the game. Well, not really screen, because again, like, in Farewell, there really are, not Farewell, in the last stretch of the summit, there really aren't any checkpoints. Or there's not really any screens, it's just checkpoints. But like this checkpoint in particular, checkpoint 13, this screen is pretty brutal. And I distinctly remember my first playthrough getting stuck here for a very long time. And it's looking like I'm having a lot of trouble with it this time. Yeah, that jump right there is just brutal. There we go. Like that. And don't choke here. Like, that bit's pretty easy, but like, after getting through like that section of the clouds, it's really easy to get nervous and then choke that jump. I like this bit a lot. Some dash conservation here. Again, like, this skill of conserving your dash until the exact moment when you need it, that becomes extremely important in Farewell. So it's kind of cool how they start to lean into stuff like that here. They kind of, like, mentally prep you for it. Because in Chapter 9, it's a lot harder. And some stamina management here. They really bring out all the stops to Chapter 9. I mean, Chapter 7B side, which is pretty cool. Anyways, here's something I don't like. One of very few things I don't like in Celeste. The way they teach you the wall bounce. It's fine, right? Like, the bird tells you exactly what you gotta do. I just think it's a really big misplay to teach the player this so late into the chapter. Because, like, by now, like, almost, like, most first playthroughs, like, this chapter is brutally difficult, right? This B-side. So by the time you get here, like, you're probably, like, mentally exhausted. And then, like, at the last, like, right, like, when you're just shy of the finish line, they teach you this new technique that is, like, pretty precise when you first learn it, right? Like, it's definitely not the easiest thing to pick up and, like, put into practice. And, like, right away, they want you to, like, do some pretty they're asking you to, like, use it in, like, pretty precise ways. I feel like I'm totally in favor of the game teaching you advanced movement tech in, like, making it be required to get past certain, like, parts of the game. But I really think they should have, like, taught the player this right at the beginning of this B-side and have it be integrated throughout the entire B-side. And so that way, there'd be, like, a lot more time to, like, develop it and, like, give it, like, a proper difficulty curve. But I digress. Checkpoint 2 of the B-side, this is, like, effectively the final screen, because, again, like, the final checkpoint, I mean, because checkpoint 1, like in the main game, is kind of just like a victory lap. Oh, that was close. Up and over. And you want to walk off this one, so you don't hit the spikes above. And then one more wall bounce. Beautiful. Again, like in the main game, it's pretty difficult to die in this last checkpoint. But they hit you for a bit of a fake out. Which is, I always think that's kind of cute. And then part of you has like a fucking, like, such a pop-off. I love that bit. But honestly, that was a pretty good run at this B-side. I mean, it was pretty slow. I was taking my time throughout most of it. But I mean, like, for the most part, like, that went pretty well. I remember this one. Like, this and Chapter 6's B-side are, like, the ones that, like, even now I can't just breeze through casually. I can't just brute force them. I usually have to, like, turn my brain on. But, like, I feel like I was on autopilot throughout most of that, and I was doing pretty well. So, go me. Anyways, I think this is a pretty cool take on the beat block section. How pretty much all of them are covered in spikes. Let me up. Nice. Yeah, pretty much all of the beat blocks are covered in spikes, so, like, they're more like obstacles rather than, like, platforms for you to stand on. It makes you look for the negative space. You want to go, like, you gotta think backwards. You want to be like, okay, one of the platforms is not gonna be there, and that's when I want to go. It's a pretty cool twist on the idea. Yeah. Fewer deaths than Chapter 6's, despite it being significantly longer. It just goes to show, like, how little I play Chapter 6 in general. Because my muscle memory for that chapter is so bad compared to Summit. But anyways, final B-side of the game. Let's do it. One more remix, and again, unfortunately, like, it's not an amazing one in my opinion. Like, chapters 1 through 5, like, they really knocked it out of the park with the remixes, but then chapters 6, 7, and 8 are some of the more forgettable ones, I think. And also, the name of this one's a little bit, well, with the addition of Farewell as, like, the true ending to the game, the name of this track being called Say Goodbye isn't exactly the most, like, fitting thing in the world. It's aged a bit like milk, as they say. This first screen always kicks my ass. I can never, like, find a consistent way to get through this. Or, like, when I do, I always forget it. There we go. I might need another dash. No, I'm fine. I feel like, along with chapter 6, this is probably the B-side I played the least, so this one's probably going to be pretty rocky. I don't really know why I don't play this one terribly often. Excuse me. Like, it's not even, like, a bad one, per se. Whoops. I guess, like, it just never really, like, stuck with me. Ah, shoot. Yes, some of the gaps here are pretty tight. Oh, really? There we go. Use that second dash. Right here's when the game starts to get pretty silly with the number of, like, tight gaps it wants you to fit through. Like, there's, like, no room for error. There we go. This is another, like, screen that makes me, like, particularly dislike the pinball bumpers. Because, like, you can't hold hard left because then you won't make it far enough, but you can't hold right either because then that'll happen. Like, you gotta hit, like, the perfect sweet spot. I think the play is you hold left at first and then right. Yeah. Whoops. I thought that one was grabbable. And, again, it's the same problem there. Left and then right. There we go. Now this screen I remember very well, because this one's pretty infamous. You gotta, like, fit through there without using any dashes, which is absolutely brutal. And then sneak through here, while also making sure to conserve your stamina, and then sneak through there. I'm very glad I got that quickly, because that screen is absolutely brutal. Oh, bummer. I thought I could sneak under. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, what the hell am I doing? The setup was perfect. I blundered it. I bungled it. Jesus. I always expect the hitbox of these ice balls to be, like, a bit more generous. Case in point. Oh. Oh my god, this screen's kicking my ass. Which is funny, because I remember this screen actually being one of the ones Like, it's one of the screens in this chapter that I remember liking quite a bit, so you think I'd be better at it. But apparently not. I cannot find the right combination of bounces to get through here. Even when I do have a good setup, I mess it up. Hit it! Okay, we're flying, we're flying. Which is what I would be saying if not for these stupid-ass pinball bumpers. Ugh. You gotta get just the right bounce off of that guy. If it's anything less than perfect, you're not gonna have the height required. Or, like, you're not gonna, like, be able to get through the screen. Right, try again. There we go. That's the perfect bounce we need. That's not gonna cut it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they want you to just use both your dashes here. I mean, realistically, the game could expect you to wall bounce in this chapter because you need every single red heart to get into this chapter. So, like, subsequently, that means you would need to have completed Chapter 7's B-side, i.e., know how, and like to do that, you need to know how to wall bounce. Like, I don't get why they teach you they teach the player the wall bounce so haphazardly. Like, you use it for like 2 checkpoints and then like pretty much never again until farewell. I remember this screen being a real sticking point on my first playthrough. As was this one. Yeah, this B-side is like pretty difficult now that I think about it. Like, there's a lot of really hard screens here. Ah, shoot. Yes. Oh my god. It's pretty hellish to weave through all this shit. I did not deserve to live there for as long as I did. I feel like this is another screen that I used to have like a consistent setup for, but I've forgotten it. So I don't do this B-side terribly often. I should really be using my dashes more. That's my problem. But not like that. There we go. There we go. Just gotta be confident. I remember this screen being pretty chill, honestly. Oh, never mind. It's insane. Hard to screen in the game. Maddie, no. How could you even conceive such an evil screen? It's impossible. It can't be done. Alright, there we go. Oop, I'm screwed. Yeah, shoot. You really want to make sure you have both dashes hitting that switch. There we go. Oh. Okay. From here on out, I feel like the... Whoops, don't do that. I always... You really can't wave dash in this chapter. Because, I mean, like, the whole reason why you want to wave dash is you clear a lot of distance and get your dash back. But in this chapter, you don't get your dash back. So it really is just like a worse version of hyper dashing. Can I quit, like, doing the exact same thing? Oh, and in that time I don't get enough height. Okay, whatever you say, Miyamoto. Oh my god. This chapter's kicking my ass. There we go. Oh, I went the wrong way. Yeah. Really? Bullshit. Oh, nearly. Wow. Did not deserve to get through that. Here's a pretty cool screen. Again, it didn't... I feel like this chapter hasn't aged super well, because before this was supposed to be, like, the ending to the game. So, like, this screen's trying to be cute by, like, throwing in, like, one mechanic from every previous chapter. But then now it's like, well, Farewell exists, and they do the exact same thing, incorporating every mechanic into one chapter. So now here, it just feels like weirdly out of place, and that's not gonna cut it. Let me up! In the B-side, like, this is where, like, deliberately waiting to hit the switch in some cases, and that was the worst bounce I could have gotten. The B-side is where, like, deliberately waiting to hit the switch sometimes actually starts to come into play, because otherwise you're just not getting enough time. For example, I think right there I might have just screwed myself. Yeah. You really wanna... You wanna wait for the lava to be high up before you hit that switch. So that way you have more time before the ice comes back down. Like so. Pretty nifty, I would say. Uh-oh. Gotta go fast! And then you're gonna, like, you kinda wanna edge the conveyor belt, as my teammate Snow would say, to make sure you don't hit the lava. Doing alright. It's weird how, like, this screen, the lava and ice mechanic, or like the rising lava, falling ice mechanic kind of goes away. Like, I feel like this screen could have been placed earlier in the chapter, for sure. But that's the end. And again, like, it's cool how, like, even now they find cool new ways to use this, like, beat block mechanic by incorporating with, like, a low-gravity screen wrapping gimmick from the end of the main game. Uh-oh. And we're done. Bam! Seaside's been unlocked, and golden strawberries have appeared at the start of every chapter. I think we're gonna do the seasides next. They're technically optional. You only need all of the red and blue hearts to do Farewell, but we'll get the yellow hearts. Because the seasides are short. We could probably, like, blast through all 8 of them in 30 minutes, assuming I'm playing well, of course. As for the gold berries, I'm I'm definitely not gonna do all of them. Because, like, they're extremely difficult, very time-consuming, and, like, even on my main file, I haven't... Like, my main file, which has, like, close to 100 hours put into it, I have yet to get all of them. Like, chapters... Like, these 3 chapters, 6, 7, and 8, the B-sides for them, I have yet to get the gold berries for. So, like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to, like, get all of them on just, like, this quick playthrough for the sake of the stream. So the gold berries, I'm not going to bother with them. Seasides, I'm more than willing to do, though. So the seasides are fucking insane, right? They're really short, only, like, each one's only 3 screens, but, like, the stuff they expect of you, like, they take the mechanics from each of these chapters and push them to the absolute extreme. At least by the standards set by the main game. Of course, I'm sure if you'd ask some modders, they'd be like, oh, dude, this is child's play, you kidding me? Like, it's a joke. But, like, for what, like, by the standards the main game sets for challenge, like, these levels are brutally difficult. It's just a shame that they don't get original music. I will say, the seasides feel a bit like an afterthought. Like, they're really short, they don't get original music. They do expect you to use the wall bounce here, though, which is kind of cool. And the hearts don't even get, like, original names. Like, they're just hearts. But, I mean, like, they are good fun. Just, like, a short burst of brutal level design. I'm surprised I got through that one so well. Chapter 1's is, like, low-key one of the hardest seasides in the game, I think. Chapters 2 is significantly easier. Especially because, like, the first 2 screens are, like, low-key really easy. Like this one, the challenge from it comes from if you understand the tech that if you hold backwards, you don't come flying out of the space block. Which is, like, not the most difficult thing in the world to know. And this screen's also not too bad. It's a little bit tricky for sure, namely... Whoops, wrong input. It's a little bit tricky to be sure, but I mean, yeah, it's difficult mostly getting this guy down here safely. But I mean, like, if you just take it, like, slowly and wait for, like, the clones to get out of the way, it's not too bad. Like, this screen's really, like, the only, like, especially difficult one. And it's a doozy, no doubt. But I mean, like, it's also not, like, too bad. I love this bit right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Feels really nice hitting all 4 of those back to back to back. 55 seconds. That's 2 in a row. Chapter 3, Seaside. This is another big, like, step up in difficulty. Remember when I said there were very few things in this game that I don't like? Here's another one. This screen is straight up the single worst screen in the entire main game. Well, just like the entire game, honestly. Like, there's nothing, like, fun or interesting about this. It's just, like, one stupid timing, and if you hit it, great, and if you don't, you're fucked. Like, it's just... This screen blows. It's not even, like, creative or anything. Like, this barely qualifies as level design. Like, it's the only, like, truly, like, bad level in the game, I think. Like, if we compare this game to Super Meat Boy, which I have been for some time now, like, one of the biggest weaknesses with Super Meat Boy is that, like, you know, like, it has a lot of good levels. It also has, like, a lot of really shitty levels, namely in the Dark World, because the Dark World levels tend to prioritize difficulty over, like, actually fun, like, level design. And Celeste is usually pretty good about avoiding that kind of shit. But, that first screen of this seaside, nah, like, they're just like, oh yeah, like, this is good, right? Nah, it's terrible. Anyways, this last screen's pretty good. It once again uses that pattern of the dust bunnies going up and down thin pillars that the Chapter 3 loves so much. And it brings back Mr. Oshiro, which is kind of cool. Like, it really is like a bite-sized version of the chapter. And it makes you do some cool stuff with bouncing off his head, which feels absolutely amazing. And I am stoked I got that screen on, like, what, my second try? That screen is really hard. Go me. Yeah, these seasides are going exceedingly well so far. Also, I guess it's a kind of cute detail. I like how the color of the skull for each of these chapters matches the color of the heart. So you got blue, red, yellow. It's just like Pikmin 1. Chapter 4. This first screen's kind of cool, because you gotta combine the bubble with the wall dash. Although once you understand that, it's really easy, because you could just buffer the wall bounce. This screen's a lot harder. Really gotta be on top of your shit. But you get it first try. Out of all the seasides, this is probably the one I do the most often, so I'm hoping I can nail this first try. This last screen's pretty intense. Yeah, the wind is unbelievably strong. Like, even if you hold it, like, against it, like, you still get pushed to the right. And there really isn't, like, any space to dash left, so, like, once you, like, go right, there's no going back. 2, 3, 4, dash! The ending of that one reminds me a lot of the ending of Chapter 2's B-side, where, like, it's just the same input 4 times in a row. And it feels really good to hit all of them back to back to back to back. Chapter 5, Seaside. If I remember correctly, the first screen to this one's really difficult, Screens 2 and 3 are not too bad. Screen 2 especially is kind of a freebie. And wow, oh, I was really hoping I'd get that first try. Yeah, doing the wall bounce off of these moving platforms is pretty tricky. But we get it nonetheless. Yeah, this screen's free. Like, I can't believe they thought that'd be a challenge. And then this screen's actually pretty difficult. You do a lot of crazy with the red bubbles, including some wall bounces out of the red bubbles, which is definitely pretty tricky. This one especially. And then this jump right here is kind of tricky. We get it nonetheless. And then this bit's a lot of fun, chaining all these dash orbs together. Dash orbs, what is this, fucking geometry dash? Damn, these are going so well. I remember these levels being a lot harder. Chapter 6 Seaside. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember this one too well. Never mind, yes I do. This Seaside, I mean, what a surprise. Chapter 6, the A side's the worst A side in the game, the B side's the worst B side in the game, and the Seaside continues the trend. This Seaside is ass. Like, you know it's fun? Combining the very precise and finicky wall bounce mechanic with the very imprecise and finicky pinball bumpers. And you got this screen, which is just stupid. Ugh. Yeah, I think a big reason why I don't like Chapter 6 is just like the mechanics are not fun to me. Oh damn, I got a wrong input, but I think I was screwed anyways. You're not supposed to dash there. Okay, well I believe this has officially been the Seaside that has killed me the most now. There we go. Dash. Cool. I remember this one being kind of nifty. They make you do some cool stuff of having to like lead this tiki block all throughout the screen. Though you don't have a lot of room for error here. You gotta move fast. Faster. Dash diagonally. There we go. And back over. Drop. Catch up to him like that. Bam. 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 Yeah, that one's pretty nifty. And then what's weird is that you get technically this is a checkpoint, so this is like the only Seaside that technically has 4 screens, not 3. Like there's no screen transition, but the game does checkpoint you there. It's also weird how they don't bother including part of you at all in this B-side, or I mean C-side, considering that she was like a pretty major mechanic in the B-side. But I'm not complaining, because I don't like fighting her. I said we blazed through these, and look at this. 6 Seasides in, we've only been doing this for like, what, 5 minutes probably? Chapter 7. Probably my favorite Seaside in the game. A lot of wall bounces in this one, which makes sense. This is the chapter that introduced the wall bounce. And the wall bounce is a lot of fun to do when the wind's blowing up like that. And you got this screen, which is pretty cool. I love doing shit like that, where you bounce off of the trampoline as it's falling with you. But anyways, this screen, it is a doozy. If we exclude Farewell, right? Because I mean, like, it is a bonus chapter. I would say this is pretty comfortably the hardest screen in the entire game. I think on my first playthrough, I was stuck here for like at least an hour. Wall bounce. That around happening? Oh no, that's, you're supposed to not dash like that. I'm trying to stay quiet, because like I am genuinely trying to focus here. I don't think I can autopilot this room. Ah, shoot. Yeah, no, it's precise. And it's so long. Like, consistency really is the name of the game when doing this one. Alright, we're back. Like so. Home stretch. Too early. Ah. I do really like the last stretch of the screen when it, like, there's nothing to it other than just chaining a bunch of dashes together. Like, it feels amazing to hit it, but like, simultaneously it feels really shitty to choke it. Damn it. Yeah, that fall seems to be giving me the most trouble. You gotta hit like the right groove on the analog stick. Oh, just use a D-pad. Ah, piss off. That was the best bounce yet. Okay, let's do it. Not too early. Nice. Up and over. Oh, damn it. Too early. Really? Come on, Madeline. Use that big head of yours and smash it into the trampoline. Whoops! Held left a bit too early. I was really hoping I'd be able to get through this chapter before the, like, main chorus of the song came in. But oh well. There's no shame in being stuck here. This is a pretty difficult screen. There we go. Oh god. Oh. Damn, I did the same thing again. You silly goon. You silly filly. That was early. Wait. There we go. Nice! And then this right here. Oh, man. Absolutely beautiful. Promise me that you'll take care of yourself. What an absolutely beautiful line to not really end the game on, because there's one more seaside after this, and then all the farewell. But like, oh, like I just love like this final little vista. Alright, that's all the seaside's done. Oh wait, no, what am I saying? We still have Chapter 8 seaside. Excuse me. Chapter 8 seaside to go. And like with the Chapter 8 B-side, you need every single red, blue, and yellow heart before this to get in. And this is when they finally teach you about the hyper dash. Which, granted, outside of that screen, I believe you only actually need to use the hyper dash twice more throughout this entire chapter to get through it. So, like them teaching you the hyper dash doesn't matter too much. It almost would have been kind of cool if they taught you the hyper dash in the... No, they kind of need to teach it to you here, because otherwise, like, there's no, like, way to guarantee the order of which players are going to do these. I was going to say maybe it could have been cool if they taught the player the hyper dash in Chapter 1's Seaside and then incorporated it into all Chapters' Seasides. But I mean, like, there's nothing stopping you from doing, like, Chapter 7's Seaside first, so... Alright, last screen. And like with Chapter 7's last Seaside screen, this one's a bit of a doozy. I don't think it's as hard, at least mechanically. Most of the challenge of this one comes down to knowing how to do it. Actually pulling off the inputs isn't too bad, but it still is pretty hard. This bit especially is pretty tight. Make it nice. Coming up. Alright, last stretch. Don't choke. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not too shabby. Yeah, that screen, the main challenge of it is just how goddamn long it is. But like the actual like mechanical skill necessary to like get through it isn't that bad. It's just knowing what you need to do, like when you need to hit each switch, when you need to like slow down and go fast. The hardest part of that is probably the 2 hyper dashes at the end, because if you're a new player, the hyper dash is like when you first learn the hyper dash, it's definitely not like similar to the wall bounce. It's not the easiest thing to like pick up and put into practice. And having it be the very last thing you need to do to get to the heart at the end, I mean, it's pretty nerve-wracking, to be sure. Because if you mess it up, you gotta do that entire screen all over again just to get another chance. But I digress. At this point, only one thing left to do. Wow, that's actually really cool how that looks. Whoops, wait, now I want to check, making sure I did everything. Yep. Only thing left is Farewell. So this was post-game DLC, although I believe it was free. I can't actually remember. Here we go. This looks familiar. Oh. Fair enough. So right away, this song's called Into the Unknown, I think? I think. Oh man, I really hope I'm not wrong. Anyways, it's great. I love this song. Farewell in general has a really good soundtrack, but this is really one of the standouts. And Farewell is pretty freaking good. It is unbelievably long. Like, my best time for like every other chapter in this game is less than 10 minutes, and then this time, like my best time for this chapter is like 29 minutes. But it's just a really damn good chapter. Like, a lot of the mechanics are loads of fun. The first one being like one of my favorites. These pink gems, because like you go back to only having one dash again, but they still find a way to include the second dash through like a new power up. And here's where dash conservation, as I mentioned in the Chapter 7 B-side, really comes into play. Like, that whole screen, you can't use either of your two dashes. You need to keep them both for the very end. And the cool bounce off the falling platform thing there. And then we start getting some brand new mechanics with these exploding pufferfish, which are introduced in masterful fashion, I'd say. But talking about Farewell, I guess, as a chapter, like on all fronts, one of the things I'm not crazy about, and I'm just gonna lay my cards on the table right away, I'm not too big a fan of the plot of this chapter. Like, they set up this situation where, like, oh man, like, the old woman died, right? And Madeline is, like, really torn about that. And, like, she wants to make it up to her because she didn't go to the funeral, blah, 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 blah. Let's chase down the bird because it's probably a part of her. Probably. But, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I never really, like, thought the connection between the old lady and Madeline was that tight, you know? Like, to me, it felt more like, yeah, like, we respect each other from a distance. But, like, Madeline talks about it as if, like, this woman's, like, really, like, her, like, actual fucking grandmother. Like, they're total homies or something. And, like, you could argue that, like, oh, it's been some time. Like, the gap between Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, they say it's a year later, and, like, the old lady seems to be, like, significantly nicer than Madeline there. So you could say the relationship was building in the most dramatic place possible, off-screen. But therein lies the problem. It's off-screen. No, I want to go the cool route. There's a few alternative routes you could go through this chapter. Shit. Aw, not quite. I'll do the swag routes where I can. Whoops. Boop. The space jellyfish are also a pretty fun gimmick. Or, not gimmick, but mechanic. And we're back on the main path. I think that going that route, that route is faster, but I'm not entirely sure. And by keeping this jellyfish into this screen, there's a pretty cool skip you can do. Although you only get one chance at it, because if you die, this jellyfish despawns and you can't get it back. So let's see if I can pull this off. I'm gonna jump here, let go of the jellyfish, let go of that, and bam, got it. Not too shabby. Normally, you'd have to go through like a pretty convoluted process to get another jellyfish, that one there. But by keeping that one from the previous screen, you could skip all of that. And now if the power shut off, you can go around and get all the keys scattered around this area. I realized I skipped a cutscene earlier, didn't I? When all those locks showed up. My fault. There was no dialogue in it, so we didn't miss much. But yeah, like from a gameplay perspective, I like Farewell quite a bit. I think a lot of the screens are really cool. I especially like this chunk because It's similar to that section in Chapter 4 where, like, it's kind of there's a bit of a hub and spokes design where you can go down all these different paths, and each path kind of tests your knowledge of the space jellyfish in a new way. And your reward for completing each one of these like quote-unquote tests is another key you need to progress. But like, yeah, in terms of like gameplay and structure and pacing, I think Farewell is pretty good. Like the mechanics are cool. It's like the structure is pretty good for the most part. Like in terms of like theme and presentation, it's fantastic. Like the music is great as always. Like this cool like sea life and space like theme. It's not the most creative thing in the world, but I mean like it looks cool and it's done well, you know. There are some fun like adaptive mechanics, like how the percussion dropped out as soon as we turned off the power. Like there's a lot going for this chapter. It's just like the plot I'm not crazy about. It feels a little like half-assed for the sake of having a plot, in my opinion. Maybe there's some people out there who like really like connect to this and they totally bought like they totally bought the relationship that was developing between Madeline and the old woman, but like I was never convinced on it. That's not gonna cut it. Wow, it did. Color me surprised. Technically speaking, I'm pretty sure you could skip getting all of these keys, but I don't know how to do that skip, so I'm doing things the old-fashioned way. Also, naive little me, on my first playthrough this chapter, I assumed, like, the background got a lot brighter and the music changed. Like, we must be getting close to the end of the chapter, right? Because my first playthrough, I was probably, like, 30 minutes to an hour into this chapter by now. Probably not an hour, but, like, probably, like let's say, like, 30 to 40 minutes in by now, right? Like, I was in this chapter for quite some time, so, like, I thought, like, yeah, like, it makes sense. Like, I'm probably getting close to the end, right? And if you played this game before, you know, like, we're not even close to the end. This screen's a lot of fun. Boop. Can I get a first try? This screen's pretty difficult, so nice. Getting that first try is a big win for me. Really? I did hesitate a little bit, so makes sense. There we go. Space pufferfish, why didn't you explode? Now that's a sentence. Put that in out of context. Boop. The screen's a lot of like. They really like pull out all the stops for this chapter, I think, in terms of level design. Like there were so many creative interactions. And also, I've neglected to mention up until now, but like, yeah, obviously, final chapter, they do that thing again where they bring back every mechanic all into one chapter. And I also think it's kind of cool how some of them are given like unique designs to make them seem a bit more like space-like, as we are in space. So like the traffic blocks look less like traffic blocks and more like weird. I don't really know what they're supposed to look like, but they don't look like traffic lights, so. This screen right here, my first playthrough, I must have been stuck on the screen for like 15 minutes minimum. This one's pretty tricky. Of course, a seasoned veteran such as myself doesn't struggle with it anymore. And right here, this is where they hit you with the fake out ending. There's the heart. Yeah, like they really want you to think, oh yeah, like you're close to the end. Like this is it, the home stretch. Like just one last screen and you're done. How naive I was in my first playthrough. Also, I don't know if this is what you're supposed to do to clear this screen, but it's just a method that has always worked for me. It's kind of awkward, but again, it works. And it's easy, so I keep doing it. Anyways, chapter done. Let's go home, guys. freaky. Whoops. There we go. I don't know why I wanted to do a backwards wave dash in particular, but so be it. I believe for this you need every blue and every red heart. No, you don't need Chapter 8's red heart. Anyways. Wave dashed out PowerPoint. You know, me and my friends like to do PowerPoint nights. Maybe one day I should just, like, remake this PowerPoint. Because this shit right here, this is like peak comedy. It's easy. I mean, I find if you don't regain your dash, it's probably because you're jumping a bit too early. Like, I don't... In my opinion, like, you shouldn't buffer it. You kind of want to, like, hesitate for, like, just, like, a split second before you input the dash. Like, if I just buffer it, then, yeah, I don't get it. Like, so I feel like it's not, like, the best advice in the world, but, I mean, there probably is some truth in it. Because if you start too low to the ground, you're just going to do a hyper, which... In that case, you don't get your dash back unless you make an extended hyper. Which is the other thing, right? Like, the game kind of straight up lies to you. You don't need to do a wave dash to get your dash back and get a lot of distance. If you do an extended hyper, you can get your dash back. So, like, right here, no wave dash required. But I do like this setup, how they let you go back and retry the wave dash as many times as you want to make sure you have it. Now, this bit right here, I don't really know why this is... I guess this is only here to give you like a wall bounce refresher, but I mean, like, it's kind of weird how, like, in what is supposed to be a wave dash tutorial, they throw that in. This little bit's kind of cool though, because it gets you into the idea of chaining wave dashes together, which is like one of the most fun movement techs in the game. Just wave dash into wave dash into wave dash. Like, I get what they're going for. It's like, oh yeah, like, Madeline's come to, like, some crazy conclusions out of desperation for wanting to see the old lady again. But, like, again, like, I just don't buy that... I just don't believe... Well, like, I never got the impression that the connection between these two characters was as tight as the game is insisting. Anyways, here's just, like, the main bulk of this chapter, like, this middle chunk. That, in my opinion, is, like, the biggest weakness of this chapter, because this bit goes on for quite a while, and a lot of it kind of blends together in my mind. Like, there are some good screens in here for sure, but for the most part, it's kind of forgettable. Oops, messed that up. And then I didn't hold grab there, whoops. I know there's a way to cheese this screen, and usually I just end up resorting to the cheese method because it's easier. In all honesty, it's actually probably harder, but I mean, like, it's what I'm used to doing, so, like, I find it easier. There's one. There's two. This screen's a doozy. My first playthrough, I was stuck here for a very long time. Although that is before I discovered an easier method that makes this screen significantly easier than I thought it was. Boop. Nice. This screen's kind of cool. Aw, fuck me. At least the music's quite good. Although again, like, I think the problem I have is that because this section goes on for so long, the music does get a little old after a while. Like, even when you don't die, like, and you're just blazing just as fast as possible, like, this section goes on for, like, a good number of minutes. So if you're playing this blind for the first time, and you're dying a lot, you really gotta extend your wall bounce, like, as late as possible today, by the way. But, like, if you're playing this blind, you're probably dying here a bunch of times, which means this section can go on for, like, multiple hours. And just listening to, like, the same track for that entire time, like, yeah, that's not ideal. Oops. This screen's really... It's cool, it's finicky as hell, though. I think I'm doing it wrong. You wanna jump off this guy right away and wall bounce, like so. And then, that jump's awkward. This screen's cool. I always like the ones where you combine the bubbles with advanced movement tech. Like that one screen with the bubbles into wall bounces, that one's the bubbles into wave dashes. And then this screen's very reminiscent of Chapter 3 Seaside. It's just, that jump right there is really awkward. Because you can't hold left coming out of it because then you'll just die to the spikes. But like you still gotta hold left like as soon as possible because otherwise you're just gonna run right into the spikes on the right. But like, by now, like, this is the last chapter of the game. Like, that whole concept of, like, oh man, like, salvaging your mistakes, or, like, salvaging your life after you make a mistake, yeah, that's completely thrown out the window. Like, if you make any mistakes, you're 9 times out of 10, you're just screwed no matter what. This screen right here, I must have been stuck here for, like, an hour my first playthrough. Like, this drove me nuts. And even now, like, the screen's still pretty difficult. It's a good start. But then you gotta do it again right here. Nice. And then this screen's just funny. Alright, we're making pretty good time. This is like the halfway point of this section. Madeline, why didn't you jump? I hit that B button like everyone else. This bit right here is a lot of... Okay, never mind. I bungled that one. Ah, bummer. Should have gone diagonal. As I was saying, this bit right here is really fun. Hit that right away, and then you gotta play catch-up with it. You do have a lot of room for error there. It's not as unforgiving as it seems, but still, like, it's pretty exhilarating. And this bit's cool with how the music kind of, like, goes out for a little bit. Racing alongside the bird. Alright, halfway there. I will give credit to Farewell for this. This section doesn't go on for quite a while, but they do keep it fresh. Like, every screen kind of uses, like, a new mechanic. And what's cool is that whenever they bring back a mechanic from an older chapter, they tend to use it in, like, a new way. Like, that section of, like, having to, like, constantly dash to keep the blocks spread out so you have room to move. Or, like, in this one, where, like, they combine the touch to move platforms from Chapter 4 with the dust bunnies from Chapter 3. Or like the low gravity wind from Chapter 7 with the red bubbles from Chapter 5. Like using old mechanics in new ways is kind of like the theme of this chapter. I do kind of wish though, like again, like this whole like middle chunk of the chapter is kind of like the biggest chunk of the chapter, and it unfortunately doesn't use like any of the new mechanics in this chapter like at all. Like, there's, like, very few pink gems, and, like, the exploding pufferfish and floating jellyfish aren't anywhere to be seen. Huh! That bit's cool. Oops, messed up there. Don't want to hold up too early. They do introduce one new mechanic here, which is the stars. Although, granted, the stars are really just like a slightly different variation on the saw blades from Chapter 5. Damn it. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna work. Stamina conservation gets to be an issue here. Oops. Ah, this might be an issue. I have no platforms. Or no walls to grab. I'm struggling here. I think dash horizontally there and then jump over. This is not one of those screens where it's like, I feel like every time I figure out a consistent way to get through this, I never like remember it. Like the muscle memory for the screen never sticks with me. No stamina. Why would I do that? What if I do something like this? That didn't work. Yeah, this screen's kicking my ass. This might be the most times I've died on any screen in this chapter. Did you just grab that? No. How do I not remember how to do this? Like, nothing seems to be working. That was close. No stamina. Yeah, I cannot find the right combination of moves to get through this. What if I do something like this? Oh, that might have worked if I didn't play so slow. Make it! Oh, not quite. Nope. Jesus Christ. I've lost like 5 minutes on this room. I just cannot... Like, what I'm doing now is definitely not what I used to do for this room. But, okay, finally, we figured something out. This screen's kind of stupid. I do like how there's two paths to it, although one path is significantly easier than the other. Which is why I decided to go the hard way this time. God damn it. Brain fart. Ugh. Over? Alright, let's not choke this time. This bit's easy. There we go. Now this screen, I can never find a consistent way to do this for the life of me. Like, this screen's unbelievably finicky. No, it's not gonna cut it. Oh, nearly. Too early. Like, I feel like what I'm doing right now is not the intended way to do this screen. But, like, I genuinely don't know how else you can do it. I feel like I used to. Like, this is another screen that I used to have a consistent method for, but I just forgot it. Nope, too early. Gotta time that shit just right. Hit it. Ugh, not quite. Maybe it's supposed to be like that? Nope. It's always the finicky screens are the ones that always get me. Oh, I screwed myself. What if we do this? Yeah, that's how they want you to do it. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, ugh, dumbass. Hyperwave dash! I like how that hole in the bottom there is definitely intended for that. Because if you don't do that, you have to go over like that. Again, for the most part, like, the level design in this chapter is top-notch. Like, they really thought of everything. This screen I always find really interesting because it's the only instance in the game where you have these ice balls from Chapter 8, right? But, like, unlike in Chapter 8, like, in this chapter, there's nothing that says you don't get your dash back when you, like, touch something, right? So in this chapter, when you hit the ice balls... I'm gonna pause you because my nose is itchy. But, like, in this chapter, when you hit the ice balls, you get your dash back. And it makes me wonder, like, is that, like, were they programmed with that in mind, and it's just that in Chapter 8 there's some, like, extra stipulation in the code that says, yeah, you don't get your dash back if you're in, like, these screens? Or did they, like, specifically program these ice balls to give you your dash back? Because otherwise, there would have never been a reason to, like, make it, like, program the ice balls in such a way that you get your dash back after you touch them. Like, it's just an interesting observation. Oops. And, like, I must admit, I know very little about coding, so the way I explained it there probably confused a few people, but, like, use the context clues. You can figure out what I'm trying to say. Anyways, this one's kind of cool. I like how the wind changes the background, like how the black hole moves from the left to right side of the screen depending on which way the wind's blowing. Hit that. Oh, not quite. You have such a small window of success to hit these trampolines. There we go, there we go. You're pretty much always going to run out of stamina here, but it doesn't matter. Nice. This screen's kind of cool. While bouncing off of the icy surfaces is always a fun little bit of interaction. And then a little bit of a puzzle here. You can see there's a path down below, and there's a hole in the crystals there. Slip through like that. That was weird. It's like Madeline like gravitated onto the block like that. Hey, home stretch of this section at least. We still have like 2 sections after this to go. Careful. My finger's gonna... Hold on. My finger was like slipping off the analog stick there. Hit you. Hit you. In fact, you can die in the cutscene here if the stars are directly above you. Nice. We're through the worst of this chapter, finally. What's your end game here? What program did they use? I dabbled in programming. I have no idea. If I had to guess, just based on what sounds easier, I imagine the way they programmed the ice balls is the former of the 2 I said, where they programmed the ice balls so that if you bounce off them, you always get your dash back, but there's some extra like line of code specifically for Chapter 8 that says, like, in this chapter, you don't get your dash back by touching the ground. Because that seems more realistic than them programming 2 different versions of the ice balls, where in Chapter 8 you don't get your dash back, but in Chapter 9 you do. Here's a fun twist on an old mechanic. 4 colors now. I can't believe I messed that up. This screen's like infamously easy and I messed it up. I'm a failure. I'm a fake fan. I'm a fraud. Ah! A lot of these screens are like down to the wire levels of timing. Go. And you want to go fast here to get the beat out the pink one. That'd be nice. Ooh, that's not good. I think there's only 3 colors in this one, right? No green. Right. This screen's kind of fun because there's a lot of ways you could cheese it. And by using dashes when you're not supposed to, you could actually like give it a bit more leeway there than it looks. This screen, by comparison, is a lot tighter. You gotta squeeze into them when they're not active, like so. But this bit right here is especially brutal. Getting inside like that pink, like donut-shaped one is pretty mean. Ah, damn. Not fast enough. Can you do this without a dash? I don't think so. Oh no, you totally can. Let me up! Oh! This screen's pretty chill by comparison. This is another one where the game is like uncharacteristically forgiving, I say as I mess up. And then again. And then again. Oh my god, Madeline. Whoops, I don't know if I could do this. Especially with me messing up my jump. I say a screen's easy and I die to it numerous times because I'm a dumbass. I can salvage this. There we go. Alright, that did not need to be that hard. This game by comparison is a lot of fun. Because if you just go at full speed, it works out perfectly. And then let go. Nice. Now this screen is probably the hardest out of this batch. Not a lot of room for error. And your timing's gotta be pretty spot on. They used Lua, no idea what that is. I wouldn't know either. The only language I somewhat learned was R. Which, I mean, if you ask, like, any, like, fucking video game programmers, they'd be like, R. I hardly know her. Apparently, it's, like, a big language for, like, statistical work. So, like, in supply chain, we use it a bunch. But, like, you probably can't program a game in it. It's funny, like, I grew up in a family full of computer science nerds, and I was the only one who didn't get big into it. Like, my brother got a degree in computer science, my younger brother's about to go to school for computer science. I just killed myself. Oh, go fast! I got snapback again, god damn it. You really got to delay this one for as long as possible. That's the trick. It's that pink block there, the wall bounce off it is the hardest part. There we go. Perfect. Last screen. Thankfully, it's not too bad. I shouldn't have said that. Now I'm gonna die to it like 50 times. It's all about threading the needle. I say as I thread the needle as poorly as possible. Bam. Just fucking kick that bird to the curb. Weird. It's weird how, despite part of you coming back to help you out here, you don't get your second dash back, which is kind of strange. I mean, I get, like, the entire chapter you've been playing with only one dash, and if you got your second dash back, then it would mean these, pink crystals would have no reason to exist as a mechanic. But, just a weird, like, narrative inconsistency. But I mean, like, fuck it, like, this is a dream. Like, the rules can be whatever the hell they want. Also, the music here is fantastic. And it builds, like, bit by bit with each passing screen. Like, it's bloody magical. And there's a lot of cool gameplay for, like, how the bird tosses you sideways with a lot of momentum. Kind of paralleling how, part of you throws you straight up. So there's a lot of fun screens where, like, the two toss you into one another. And there's, like, some fun interactions between them. Grab it? Nice. That screen's pretty difficult, so I'm glad I got that one fairly quickly. And finally we get the return of the exploding pufferfish. It's been a hot minute since we've seen these guys. High stakes! Woo! Got it. This bit's kind of fun. You gotta make sure you don't have, you don't get tossed up into the, electricity. But, I adore the way the music builds here. Boop. Boop. Yeah, now we got a lot of momentum. Oh, play game of operation. Thread the needle. I like when they do stuff like that. This screen's pretty cool. Like, this is what I was talking about, but like how they toss you into each other. Kind of flying through a lot of these screens. This is probably my favorite part of this chapter. Like, just like the momentum of it all. Like each of these screens plays like really well, and there's so much speed going into each of them. Like it feels good to rush through these quickly, one after the other. You know, this screen's pretty confusing for first-time players. I remember I was pretty stumped here for a little bit on my first playthrough. It's not the most intuitive thing in the world. Remember, this screen is deceptively easy. Like, it's kind of finicky until you figure out how you're supposed to do it. It's more generous than it looks, is what I found. Yeah, we have a lot of... When's the last time I died? Oh, yo, this screen right here, good contender for my favorite screen in the entire game. No gimmicks, no extra mechanics, it is nothing but your base movement put to the test. And it feels awesome. One more? Nice. Followed immediately by one of my least favorite screens in the game. This one's pretty frustrating. Just holding right the entire time and hitting these perfect gaps. Not bad. Yeah, no, this is going exceedingly well. Boop. Duck. Dash. Resist the urge to hit the what's that thing called again? I forget. But yeah, you don't want to dash into it first. You want to go to the right first and grab that pink gem, because otherwise you're screwed. I like this bit, comboing the jellyfish with the wall bounce. Like, even now, they still find new ways to put these mechanics together. Bam, 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 duck. I believe this is the last screen, right here. Yep. I know I said in the base game, the final screen of Chapter 7, Seaside is the hardest screen in the game. This probably, again, in terms of pure mechanical skill, I think that screen might have this one beat. But in terms of just like raw difficulty, this screen is absolutely brutal, especially to first-time players. Because there's a lot, first of all, it's far and away the longest screen in the game. And a lot of it, you kind of have to learn through trial and error. So like it's really easy to get stuck here for a really long time. Oh shit, I'm an idiot. I'm really hoping I get this fast because yeah, we could be stuck here for a very long time. And I find this screen, I either get it on like my first try, or it takes me half an hour. There's very rarely an in-between. Let's not mess this up. Grab the gem first, then toss it. Go underneath the barrier. Dash. Oh god! I got way too much height off of that. I should have went diagonally. That's not good. I haven't even got to the hardest part of the screen yet. Oops. I do like how this last screen, it uses almost, like, it doesn't do the classic trend of having it, like it doesn't fall back on the crutch of the last screen being a combination of every mechanic in the game, which, as I've said a few times, is very tropey and overdone. Like, this screen, for the most part, it uses only mechanics introduced in this chapter. Actually, not for the most part, it literally only uses mechanics introduced in this chapter. Which makes it feel more self-contained. Like, it's the last screen of Farewell, right? I gotta grab this guy. Fly by the big ominous cassette tape in the background. And now here is the absolute shittiest part of this screen. Just surfing through this maze of electricity with the jellyfish. This is the one time in the game where I do switch to using the D-pad, because, like, controlling the jellyfish in 360 degrees, like, in all directions of an analog stick is absolute hell. So, but this bit alone, I switched to the D-pad. Then you get another operation part, having to thread the needle between these jellyfish, which is, it's not that difficult. In fact, it's actually pretty generous, but it's always nerve-wracking. Because the hitbox on when those guys explode is not the most obvious thing. It's not the clearest. So when they suddenly explode and you die, this bit is fucking stupid. Please. Got it. That bit's really inconsistent. Anyways, we're in the home stretch now, so here's hoping I don't choke. You? Okay, we get a bit of a break here. Can you chill out here for a little bit? And then you got bam, 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 bam. Last stretch, don't choke. Hit you. Bam, screw that second trampoline. Hit you, bam, dash, dash, dash. Last trampoline, dash, grab you. We made it. Unless you choke here. I could have gone for the Moonberry. We'll talk about that shortly. And then just hold up. We're done. Bam! Alright, 47 minutes. That's a pretty shitty time, honestly, but... You know, I was taking my time in some of those screens. And then there was some other ones where I just totally dropped the ball on, so I'm not too upset with that time. Sub 1 hour is still pretty good, especially when I haven't played this chapter in a hot minute. I like the detail that Madeline has a succulent on her desk. I honestly thought she'd live forever. Yeah, I mean, some people really are like that. Like, they're so old, like, the concept, like, you just think they're immune to dying, right? Pretty sure that's a unique frame for Madeline. And that is the game. Except for the Moonberry. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I want to go back and do it. Oh, damn, just above 100 deaths. That's embarrassing. I really thought I could do it. But overall, 453 deaths. That is more than my last full game run. So, didn't beat any records, but that's okay. I'm just glad I was able to play this entire game on stream. Might have been split between 2 different streams, but I mean, hey, we got it in the end. All my thoughts recorded in one convenient place. Let me just compare. Yeah, no, a lot more deaths compared to that one. About 100 more. And 2 hours. It taking longer makes sense, considering I wasn't skipping cutscenes. And I spent a lot of like downtime just talking about my thoughts on the game, compared to this run where I was strictly trying to go as fast as possible. But still, not too shabby. And then there's my main file. Might as well just show this off in case anyone wants to see these stats. But yeah, that is Celeste. You know, it's my favorite game of all time. And it's been my favorite game of all time for nearly 6 years now. Where did all the time go? I don't know if there'll ever be like another game that comes out that would like dethrone this game for me. But you know, if that game does come out someday, I look forward to it. Because, like, a game better than Celeste, it sounds unreal. But for now, like, you know, I ain't complaining. Like, Celeste really is a bloody masterpiece in my eyes. I wouldn't trade this game for the world. But regardless, yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to say about this game. Because it has been quite a ride. Nearly 5 hour long stream. Holy shit. More like 4.5 hours. Still a ways off of 5. But still, not bad. No, I don't think I have anything else to say. Celeste is great. Go play it if you haven't. You'll probably love it. In other news, I'm gonna go to bed. So to like everyone in here watching still, thanks for coming out. Y'all been great.